All right, everybody, welcome back to public hearing meeting extension from April 22nd. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. On the roll, Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Here. Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Corral.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Still here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, first and foremost, thank you very much to the public who's here and anyone that was watching. We appreciate the little bit of an extension we needed to complete a previous meeting. We're going to pick up where we left off where we left off yesterday. So yesterday when we concluded, the main motion had been moved by Councillor Meehan. It had been seconded by Councillor Walcott. We had gone through referrals and we had gotten into amendments. The amendment that we're on now, for anyone that's following along on council, is from Councillor Sharp. It is the third one in a row that's coming from her. It is on the screen. I'll go to you, Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor. So, yes, this is going to be in regards to parking. When we approved the parking requirements for RCG, we did so with the understanding at the time that council would have a role in determining where RCG districts were going. We were not discussing blanket rezoning or applying this new district to areas of the city without a chance for this council to consider the context. The fact is, there are some neighborhoods in the city where it's much easier today to get around without a car, and other parts of the city where it'd be more of a significant challenge. While we should, of course, work on improving transit services to all parts of the city, that's not a change we can make overnight, unfortunately. Until then, it's still going to be necessary for some households, and maybe most households in many parts of the city, to have a car. People need to park in those cars somewhere. People need to park those cars somewhere. It's going to be a long day. There isn't enough street parking in all neighborhoods to accommodate those vehicles, especially if 1 out of every 2 units in RCG development has to park their car on the street, assuming there's only 1 car per home. So this would ask administration to return with changes to the RCG district to move to 1 stall per unit, which is slightly higher than what we've had placed back in 2022, but to a level that would be necessary with this kind of development citywide without having the immediate infrastructure to support alternatives like transit. Perhaps as part of the city building program, we'll want to look at changing that for certain portions of the city with a modifier. But as long as this is a blanket decision, we should be setting a minimum parking requirement at the level that we know works.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot to second. Anything to add?
Well, it's something that we've debated in the past. I've always advocated for one-to-one parking, so happy to support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Kick it off right at the beginning. There's a couple kind of key things to consider. This is counter to the Housing and Affordability Task Force, counter to the housing strategy. This is actually more parking than what previously existed in some of the policies. And so there's a couple key things that I want you to kind of consider about why those things were included in the housing strategy and why they were included in the Housing and Affordability Task Force. So when you look across jurisdictions that have actually seen upzoning and redevelopment fail, the most reason why they fail is because in addition to the upzoning, at the same time, the councils, often in an effort to be responsive or to be reflective of the public, what they often did was they actually levied such a significant amount more of restrictions onto each of these development that nothing could ever actually be built. And so it's like you can upzone and then add restrictions is similar as reducing restrictions but never zoning. And so it actually brings you to a net neutral place. And so while I understand the thought process, what I would actually suggest or encourage is to vote against this for those reasons that I just mentioned, but also because if you have not actually gone through the entire list, Councillor Wyness has a much more reflective amendment later that is similar enough to this one with respect to locations and proximity to amenities and transportation, but it's not going to result in a hamstringing of the entire point of the housing strategy's recommendation on parking and on the entire point of the Housing and Affordability Task Force recommendation on parking with regard to this to the reductions of parking minimums as a factor of encouraging redevelopment throughout the city. Now, I just want to remind everybody again is that the Housing and Affordability Task Force went further than the housing strategy. The housing strategy actually took it back to suggest that instead of going all the way to what the task force said, which was go zero parking minimums, the housing strategy actually just said, make sure that parking requirements are not a hindrance to development. And so this is specifically against the strategy that we've already approved because it is literally increasing a requirement that will produce a hindrance to redevelopment, which was why that was included in the housing strategy and the task force itself. So please do not support this and consider one that's going to come later from Councillor Wyness, which is much more nuanced.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to support this. Much of what Councillor Walcott said, this will actually, in an effort to remove vehicles from streets which we're legally allowed to park on and are designed for parking, we're going to be sacrificing units for that. I would also say this. We can ask people to build parking units, but we have no obligation to make anyone put a vehicle in said parking garage. You could have a large truck that you can't fit into a garage. You could have a household with 2 parents and 4 teenagers and they could all own vehicles and you're going to have street parking. I live next to a neighbor who had 2-car garage and 4 vehicles to himself. And so not all of those things fit on the garage. In fact, he only used one side. So to say that off-street parking is the solution to on-street parking, it's just a fallacy in so many ways. And it actually, and it does, it detracts from the availability of land that we can put living units. So I can't support it because, again, our objective is to provide housing for people, not housing for vehicles.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. We've heard loud and clear from over 700 people that parking is a consideration, largely because we are a winter city, largely because we are a city that's regionally spread out. Whether people want to talk about going to a local Costco or a local IKEA, you just can't do that, on a bicycle. And there is like it or not, we are a car-centric city. In one respect, being an inner city councillor, and I've got people who say we don't need cars because we can get on the LRT, we can get on the bus, we can walk downtown. Why do we need parking? We're not perfectly in a situation right now where we can be truly without parking. I think the ideal situation, and it might be 10, 20, 30 years away from now, is if we have communities with, dedicated parkade area where if you have a car, you go park over there. You don't have to park in front of your house, but we're not there yet. So because people are expressing the need for parking for their family purposes or whatever the case may be, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Well, it was a compelling debate, as always, from some members of council because we can't force people to park in provided stalls. This isn't a radical change to radically increase parking requirements. It is, as it stands, we're a city where transit is an imperfect solution for many Calgarians in many parts of the city. We heard clearly there are people with families that cannot use methods of transit to get from A to B. If you can with a hockey bag and soccer, kudos to you, but different families, different needs. We built neighborhoods without this level of density in mind, and we really need to consider exactly what we expect Calgarians to do to get around and where they are expected to park their vehicles. We don't have a level of density that needs to support alternatives for really high level across the city anytime soon. So I think you need to reflect on that before you vote. Thanks.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. And Councillor Carraw, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillor Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Dhaliwal, Carraw, Meehan, and myself voting against. That takes us to the next amendment, also from Councillor Sharp.
Okay, moving along. Okay, this one would be secondary suites, backyard suites, and density. So, for the most part, secondary suites used to mostly basement suites in a single-family home. Occasionally, we would see some backyard suites and lane suites as well, but fundamentally, they haven't tended to be a dramatic change of the character of a house. But in a lot of these new RCG developments, secondary suites are basically indistinguishable. They are not the primary suites, except if they aren't at grade. When we're talking about 4 units each with secondary suites, that's really double the density we're claiming, and it can be twice as many people living there too. So I think it's time for a change to look at the way secondary suites are in these developments. This motion would ask administration to come back with bylaw amendments to include secondary suites in density calculations and not limit the number of units, including these, to 75 units per hectare, subject to discretion beyond that. The way we've discussed density in RCG has been very misleading. There's a significant difference between 4 units with or without secondary suites, and yet for the average person, it would be basically impossible to tell if there's a difference at all. This is actually different than what Councillor Winus is bringing forward later. So just to clarify that, and Councillor Winus can always step in. So I think this is a reasonable change, and I hope you can support it.
Thank you. It's being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Anything to add? No? Okay, let's go to Councillor Corral.
Yeah, I'm going to try and keep my debate to a minimum on these this march of amendments, but this one's a really important one. The secondary suite has to be, I mean, this is a massive change in our policy, right? It's not just a simple readjustment. It is a massive change, and the secondary suite has, was a 10-year project of council to get to a place where there is mass buy-in throughout the city. This would change everything, and it would be fundamentally in opposition to the intent of why we're gathered here today, which is to address housing strategy. This would be a major step away from that, and my mind reels at the change that this represents, and we should really, if we want to make this kind of major change, we need to have a serious conversation about it. We can't just send it off as just an adjustment to what we're here to do, especially because it is absolutely antithetical. I highly encourage everybody, if this is a direction we want to go, we need to have a much bigger conversation about this. This is not the time or the place, and especially because it's just fundamentally contrary. Please vote against this, and let's have this conversation as a standalone, important conversation that I hope we ultimately say no to, but this is not the place. Whether you support thinking about this or not, do not support it here.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. The last amendment and the next couple, the reason why they're so challenging is because they're being presented as harmless when they are actually some of the most harmful to the housing strategy. I'll just give you a very clear example. This right here alone eliminates CMHC funding from almost every single row house application, because CMHC and the City of Calgary do something different, right? And this is why, again, to circle back to Councillor Winus's future one on this one is completely appropriate given the work that the land use bylaw is doing anyway. Because CMHC, the federal government, on their financing rules, count suites as units, when they apply for a row house and they do say 4 units and a backyard suite, 4 units and basement suites, that gets them financing, which has a requirement of affordable housing. Because it has a requirement of affordable housing through financing, you are getting below market units in these developments, but the minimum of unit count is 5. At 75 units per hectare on a standard lot, that number is 4. You do 75 hectares, you get duplexes with suites, you get row houses with no suites, and I understand that there's always been an urge to push toward RCGX, but you're actively eliminating one of the fastest and most effective ways of getting affordable rental onto the market through one of the most effective streams of funding, simply just by adding those 3 words without increasing the density. Again, if you want to count suites and primary units, that's actually completely normal in some of the work that I know the land use bylaw is doing. I've always personally pushed against it because I don't really ever care where people live. They're still counted in the census, right? So people living in your basement still get counted, right? So the infrastructure still get counted. Population still is what matters to transit infrastructure. Population is what matters to mobility infrastructure. Population is what matters to actual usage of waste management and waste and recycling. Population has always been the thing that is most important, because you can have 45 units, but if they're empty, it doesn't matter. It only ever really matters about people. And so I just want to be very, very clear is that this is very harmful to our partnerships with the federal government's financing programs with the development industry to actually get affordable housing built. This is very, very harmful in our communities. And again, there is a recommendation coming later that addresses this concern, because the community is represented that they want these calculations so that they have a better understanding of a unit count. That does not hinder our ability to create affordable housing. And as everyone has stated, affordable housing is the answer, affordable housing is the solution. And I'm telling you right now, this is actually going to work against it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for administration. Councillor Walcott made reference to CMHC funding, Housing Accelerator Fund funding there. Recently, I was in Vancouver and Victoria, where the province of BC has accepted a rezoning across the province. My question to you, and I don't know if you have the answer, does BC count the secondary suite and as a unit?
Do you have it? To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I believe they do, but I believe they have the densities that actually allow them to get the CMHC funding.
Okay, because again, particularly when I was in Victoria, and I saw a lot of secondary suites and different sort of suites, and the people I talked to, have family in there, and it was again at the end of March, people I talked to said, we took advantage as best we can to be able to put people in places, whether it be, counting or not counting secondary suites, we just filled the spots, period. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Walcott went down path I wanted to a little bit, in that the federal government does recognize secondary suites as units. And if the issue becomes the density calculation to allow CMHC grants for 5 units, then maybe that councillor should propose an amendment to the units per hectare to allow that. Well, that says using the current density calculations for those districts. So the councillor could propose an amendment to the density in those districts to accommodate 5 units on a 50 by 120 foot lot, and still count the secondary suites to achieve that 5 unit requirement that the federal CMHC program requires. So I'll support this. Thanks. I think secondary suites should be counted, especially backyard suites.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I actually have a question for administration. I know very much what we're focused on is established area growth. How does this affect greenfield growth and density calculations in the greenfield? And how does that potentially create less homes in the greenfield? And from some of those density targets that we've been looking at?
Yeah, actually, this amendment could have really big impacts on the greenfield. I think that's probably where we're going to see this impact more so than in developed areas. I think part of what it really does is it takes our density calculations and it almost reduces them by half. So right now, from our density projections, sorry, I'll move my computer. So right now, the density projections, we don't include secondary suites in that. So if we all of a sudden started to, we'd have to really rethink how we require that through ASPs. It's not a small amount of work to do that work. We'd have to think about how pretty much all of our city services respond to density and how we calculate our needs. And this could seriously change that. And it would require a lot of time to do that.
Okay. So that's a big deal, because we're really talking about the whole city and the entire city on creating less homes across the entire city, not just in established areas with this.
So for example, Councillor Penner, like RG doesn't even have a density calculation. This would be introducing a new density calculation into all of our developing community districts, and thereby creating an additional rule where we'd have to double check if everything works together. Right now, density is essentially based on 150 square meters per unit, not a density calculation. And that's because Greenfield, the way we develop in Greenfield is very different than how we develop in the developed areas. So we don't look at that unit per hectare basis.
So we'd be going backwards. Interesting. Okay. So there's a lot of reasons to not support this, but I think the biggest thing is that again, our goal is more housing, and while we are very much talking about established areas, we are recognizing that we need growth across the entire city. And so when we bring things forward that limit growth across the entire city, and how we grow and all the relationships and the and the work that has to get redone, I can't support it.
Thank you. I see nobody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks. Actually don't think counting them is a bad thing. I think that the more units we have shows that we're actually building more units per hectare and accommodating the essential services that we might need, because right now we don't have a count in Greenfield to know if they're secondary suites in some of the neighborhoods, and why we have no fire stations, because we can't give them a number. Regarding census, we don't have one, so we're relying on the federal one to figure out where people live. I will be supporting Councillor Winus's. That's coming later. I think it's great. This is just another example of how people feel like we're not giving them the full story, and it's been so true in so much of this process. I'm going to reflect on that a little bit later. You need to understand this is planning jargon, and Councillor Walcott, to say that my amendments are dangerous, we're talking about trees next, so we'll see how dangerous those are. The city typically treats suites to fully understand what counts as a secondary suite and how those affect a proposed development. That's what this means. This proposed change would not completely eliminate the possibility of building exactly the kind of RCG developments we see right now. It makes things a lot more transparent in neighborhoods, imagine that, and easier to fully understand what's being proposed. Whether it's a secondary suite or a primary suite, it's still a home, folks, and that's the whole point of this. And we should be treating them all as such. So hope you can support it.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Councillor Sharp, over to you.
Okay, this one's about trees. We're really lucky to have the tree canopy in Calgary that we actually do. It's part that forms city-owned trees, but a significant portion from the trees is actually on private property. We can't plant those trees if there's nowhere to put them. And I have to question what the point of amenity space in RCG and HGO developments is when there's hardly amount of room and enough space for any outdoor activities at all. So this amendment would ensure that we have the appropriate amount of outdoor space by asking administration to report back with amendments to reduce the maximum lot coverage in RCG and HGO. While the lot coverage in these districts might be appropriate for some parts of the city, what we're talking about here is a blanket change. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect Calgary suburbs to have some beautiful trees and continue to have their open spaces. So if we're taking the blanket approach, this is obviously something we need to consider. And we have heard that from both sides. People that support blanket and people that don't, that want to support the tree canopy and don't want to lose their existing trees. So hope you can support this.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot to second.
Yes, I'm happy to second this motion. There's also provision in this amendment to ensure that there's 20 square meters of amenity space per unit, although it's not specifically referenced in this amendment. That amenity space could be provided in a number of different methods, not necessarily all at grade. So I do think there's the ability to actually provide that. There's other municipalities that ensure that there's a minimum amount of amenity space per unit. I think this is a reasonable request and happy to support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. So questions for administration. An appropriate number of trees are provided. Can you just give us a quick recap on what the tree rules are already for RCG and HGO?
Absolutely. So right now in RCG, we actually have one of the best landscaping tree requirements of what I'd say is all of our districts. Right now on a 50 by 120 foot lot, you essentially need 5 trees and 15 shrubs. That is more than any RC1 or RC2. And in fact, what you have on the screen would go beyond an RC1 and RC2, what they're even allowed to have. So, or required to have. The 55% lot coverage would really worry me, just because, as I said yesterday, our rules really work at that 60% lot coverage. We're getting the 5 trees and 15 shrubs, so we're getting way more trees than we would on every single or semi-detached, and we're getting the built form. So we already kind of do this with the 60%. In terms of amenity space, RCG does have an amenity space requirement. It's just considered through a different terminology. It's essentially a courtyard dimension between units, and it's actually more than that 20 square meters already.
Thanks. So I'm not going to support this, and here's why. So one, I think when you reduce lot coverage in order to get more amenity space, and trees is what I see as the goal here, you're essentially trading indoor living space for outdoor space that you may or may not choose to use. And so when we think about individuals or families who are choosing a product like RCG or HGO, they may be choosing that from a lifestyle perspective. They may not want to maintain a yard, and they may prefer more space for their bedroom or for storage. And so to me, I would actually, and then if we're reducing to 55%, what you're going to do in order to get that living space is you're really going to be then pushing the height rules. So that you're getting taller buildings so that you can get that living space. And so all of these things they always interplay. And so I can say that, family members who live in an RCG type product, as someone who lived in an RCG product herself, and actually sometimes things she would love to go back for one, because I don't always want to be doing yard work. We for those people who value outdoor amenity space, they are going to seek a property with outdoor amenity space for them to use. For people who are not interested in that, a smaller yard may be totally appealing. And so by mandating yards for the sake of aesthetics, I don't actually think it's good policy. So I can't support this.
Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
I also can't support this. I do think we heard some very interesting things during the public hearing that will provoke us to think about setbacks, think about using, most of the corner RCGs sit on a significant piece of city-owned strip land that was laid out for future road widening, but doesn't have to be there. I think we fetishize front yards at the expense of backyards. And I think that when we have new sort of larger buildings next to more traditional buildings, we can consider fences and stuff like that at higher scales than are currently allowed within the bylaw. I think there are some things that we can absolutely do. I think trees are fabulous, but I think that these amendments are sort of arbitrary and not as well thought out as the incredibly well tested things that we have so far. So I hope what we plan to do is refine what we have and not significantly alter what we have at the expense of why we're gathered here today, which is to find a way to get the market to build more housing, and this does not do that. So I look forward to actually solving the problems and refining what we have, and not supporting this, which claws backwards in the wrong direction. Please don't support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I also can't support this, and on their face they sound good until you know what the existing rules are, and I think having even higher levels for RCG than you have for RC1 and RC2 is just putting like an unfair level of burden here. I agree with Councillor Carra, like there's ways that we can get at better amenity and green space, and I think it has a lot to do with setbacks. and that will come through the land use bylaw. So I think that there's a way of getting there. I also heard some comments like, oh, well, we're trying to dictate how people live. Like, actually, no, like minimums dictate how people live. And that's why they can be very challenging from a planning perspective, because they prescribe a certain type of outcome. And so I absolutely cannot support this, and likely won't be able to support several of the other ones. So thanks for bringing it, but I won't be able to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Why break my streak now? For the most part, again, a lot of times this seems like harmless on the surface because it's being presented as a response to something that was said. The challenge that I always have is this perspective that administration is also not listening and is also not responding. And I've always wanted to be very clear about that, is that the amount of times, even in the last 2 years, that administration has listened, responded, it's just not identifiable in the same meetings per se. For example, when we changed the rules for RCG and HCO, it was done in response to so much of the public concern that has been expressed throughout the public hearings, throughout land use and so on. And so to sort of come forward with kind of a untested solution that it's not really based in anything but just presenting a concept that we think might appease people, it actually takes away from the ability for administration to go ahead and do this work, which is, again, why, circling back to the notice of motion that already is on the table from Councillor Wong about tree protection and the amount of work that's going into there. There's so many unintended consequences just from C alone that isn't reflected in A and B. So for A and B, it sounds normal, it sounds fine, because you're like, who doesn't want an appropriate number of trees? Who doesn't want more amenity space, right? But then we just found out that that's not more amenity space, and the unintended consequences of a reduction in maximums without clear purpose. It's something that needs to be worked out through the land use bylaw and not on the fly like this. If this was something that even said do this in the land use bylaw, worth a discussion, but not on the fly like this.
Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to get an opinion on this from our director. Sorry, she's at the back, from climate strategy perspective. Sorry.
Carolyn Bowen.
Yeah. Sorry, Ms. Bowen.
Thanks for
Thank
the
you.
question. Yeah.
My question is, this is a very interesting one. And we just, in 2021, when we got elected, we declared climate emergency. And the best way to fight climate emergency is trees and more trees. Can you comment on this, please, this amendment?
Sure. Trees are extremely important from many aspects, aesthetics, the ecosystem services they provide, some sequestration of carbon. And we always encourage tree protection where we can. And when we can't, I know certainly urban forestry team looks to replace private tree loss on public land where possible. When you actually look at the carbon sequestration from the trees, from, say, private trees in yards, we get more climate impact by protecting larger tracts of land, native land on the outskirts of the city versus the smaller trees. Again, protecting trees are important, but where we can protect grasslands, wetlands, and trees on the outskirts of the city, larger tracts of land, is more impactful for climate adaptation.
Okay,
sequestration.
Great. No, thank you. I want you to focus on C. What does that mean? Right now it's proposed 60% of the lot coverage. What difference does it make from 60 to 55?
I would defer to our land use folks, maybe Lisa.
I think Ms. Khan can.
Yeah, I was going to go there, but I just wanted to understand from climate strategy, does that make any difference?
I honestly, I can't really comment on that.
That's okay.
I would
That's
defer to our experts.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
From what perspective are you talking, Councillor Dhaliwal?
I'm just talking about all the perspectives: climate change, affordability, housing, everything.
Personally, I think the 55% has the biggest impact on actually getting usable square footage for floor area. When you're looking at a row house on a typical 50 by 120 foot lot, and you're looking at 4 of those row houses, you're looking at about 600 to 700 square foot floor plate. And that is probably the floor plate where you can get about 2 to 3 bedrooms, you can get a usable space. When you start going smaller than that, you're starting to get really small floor plates that don't create space that's really great for a family to live in. So that is my argument on the 60%. In order to keep 60%, if we're still keeping parking and we're still keeping that in the lot coverage percentage, and we still want livable, usable homes for people, it's really hard to go below 60%. In fact, in our new areas, we allow 70%. So there's already a discrepancy between incentivizing development of row houses in greenfield versus developed areas.
Okay. My next question is HCO. HCO does not have maximum density. HCO is FAR 1.5, whereas RCG is maximum density 75 units per hectare. So I'm struggling with C. How can we, like, you just talked about it. I just want to understand, how do we achieve those units? Can't we make our RCG more like HCO with the FAR rather than a maximum density?
We could absolutely look at something like FAR, but what I'd say is that in both of these districts, parking is the determining factor in terms of how many units you can get on a parcel. That is what's going to limit it. Even at the 0.5 requirement, when you have that requirement, there's only so many spots you can do, like along a lane or along a frontage. And so for me, it's less about, like, yes, FAR density is an important tool to regulate number of units, but right now we're beholden to parking.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Bowen, please. Councillor Dhaliwal went part of the way. I'm going to finish that question, and that is that on a 50 by 120 lot, 6,000 square feet, going from 55 to 60%, right? It's effectively only about 300 square feet. That 300 square feet relative to whether it be, trees or, retaining water, particularly in a drought situation, does that 300 square feet make a difference?
Sorry. I think wherever we can, any place on yards, et cetera, where there is space, we try to look at options for, whether it's stormwater or xeriscaping or trees. In terms of how much difference it makes, again, I would defer to our experts in land use.
Okay, I was just thinking from an environment and climate perspective as opposed to land use. So from 300 square feet, you made a statement earlier that you get greater benefit in wetlands and the outer greenfields and that sort of things, right?
Yeah, from a carbon sequestration, biodiversity adaptation perspective, where you've got the large tracts of land, that makes significant difference.
Okay.
I can chime in as well if you'd like, Carolyn.
I was just going to say we have somebody on the line, Ms. Rajavali. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Wong, for your question, Rehan Rajbali. What I wanted to add to this is, or maybe elaborate a little bit on, is that if we look at the climate strategy overall, I think there's 2 components to think about. What Director Bowen alluded to was the idea that in preserving the landscapes at the fringes of the city, in many cases, these are also intact areas. It's not a matter of it being someone's yard or someone's, driveway that or someone's own backyard. That might be Kentucky bluegrass, which is quite water thirsty and which doesn't necessarily have that full suite of biodiversity and climate adaptation ecosystem services that intact natural features that the periphery of the city or in the developing areas might still have. I think the other component to think about when we talk about the overall impact of point C to the climate strategy is the consideration that having the density, having the format, the housing format that Ms. Khan alluded to for row houses helps us get to the density targets, which in turn support the climate mitigation components of the climate strategy in terms of reducing the transportation emissions as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Khan, so back to this, if at 6,000 square feet, your 60% lot coverage, I believe you said that gives you 4 units above, 4 below?
On a typical 50-foot lot, yes. If there's other restrictions on that lot, maybe not.
Right, so if we go to 55% on a typical lot, that gets you to 3 and 3, is that right?
Sorry, could you say that again?
If you go to a 55% on a typical lot, is that 3 units above, 3 below? You can put 4?
What that would is reduce the floor plates of each of the units or require it to go to 3. It really depends on how a developer decides to do that.
Okay. The economics of going to a 3 and 3 in today's marketplace, would you see people doing 3 and 3s?
No, in fact, RCG tried that for a long time before we made the amendments in 2022. One of the biggest reasons is because when you hit 3 or more units, it's actually up to the developer to include stormwater management on site, and that actually requires quite a bit of money to put into it. So using that 4th unit is really needed to get that market.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to one comment saying this has been untested. Actually, I think administration did an environmental scan on attachment 2, page 17 to 21, with some cities that have done the actual exact recommendations that are in this amendment. So I won't add much more to this and say that we hear a lot about neighborhood character in public hearings, and I think we heard a lot about that last week and the week before. And I think everyone defines that completely different. I think it's an important part in most pleasant neighborhoods, regardless of density, that they have common open space, greenery, and impressive trees. And we need space to do that, and that includes private land. And that, I am closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 6-9 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Henner, Wong, Thaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Councillor Sharp, we're on to your next one.
So this one's about privacy. One of the most consistent sources of opposition to blanket rezoning we heard about is the actual built form, buildings that are allowed in proposed districts. These are large concerns related to privacy and shadowing. People are concerned that neighbors will be looking out of their windows into backyards and are mostly private right now, or even looking directly from higher windows right into someone's bungalow bedroom. Now, with what we understand about the process, that these are factors administration considers during the development permit process. Also, council doesn't have apparently a need to direct a role in this, which is understood. But administration is guided by what we actually write in the land use bylaw, which is up to council. So this administration asks administration to look at whether changes are needed into the districts we're looking at today to mitigate the privacy issues we have heard about. Administration is already undertaking the review of the land use bylaw and city building program. So this would ask administration to report back on that ongoing work.
Okay. Let's go to, I'm going to say that it's Councillor Chabot to second it. Okay, let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I'll support this, but I'm going to asterisk it. From my home right now, I can see into my neighbor's yards from a single to a single. And I probably think that most of you from your homes, if you think about all of the windows in your homes, can at some point have a degree of sightline into your neighbor's yards. From my back deck, I regularly have conversations with my neighbor on her back deck. So I agree we need to look at privacy. That is a great consideration. I think we need to look at it in all housing forms, not just RG, RCG, and HGO, but we live in a city and we are going to see each other. And so I think that we need to just be really mindful that that we don't place undue duress or stress on a single built form when we likely can all have conversations or see into some parts of our neighbors' yards already, no matter the housing form that we live in.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Just a quick question to administration, and then it's similar to Councillor Bennett. You're doing this within the new land use bylaw, so like the zoning bylaw that's coming forward already, just as the nature of the rules that are associated with the new low-scale districts?
Do you want me to? Well, I was just going to say, we can do it through the new zoning bylaw and look at it, and it also plays back to a previous amendment around the row house how-to guide.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'd like to offer, okay, so I'll start with this. My only problem with this is that it's directing work on the current land use bylaw versus, and I'm just really concerned about the fact that it's just going to take away people off of the city building program to go do an update on the new land use bylaw to then bring forward the new land use bylaw in a very short order period of time. But I also don't disagree, because I think this is just good rule adjustments as we go. And so what an amendment I would look for, and it's just a simple language change, direct administration to consider changes in the new zoning bylaw, including provisions related to the current, or including provisions related to low-scale housing, to address issues related to privacy for adjacent neighbors. And so it's taking this exact concept and just shifting it to the new zoning bylaw so that we're not duplicating work, because we should be doing this in the new zoning bylaw. It's ongoing, the feedback's there, we're already looking at the districts. And so what you just heard, administration, what are your thoughts before I make the formal pitch? Because that's a little big, it's too big for a friendly, I think.
We're not friendly. That's too big for a friendly.
The way I've read this is to consider changes to the land use bylaw, meaning today's land use bylaw.
My amendment would switch that to the new zoning bylaw.
But come back as part of the new zoning bylaw because it references the city building program.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think I would need Councillor Sharp to clarify.
I'll clarify that in my close if you want, Councillor Walcott.
Okay, sorry. There's so many moving parts to address related to the report as pertaining. As far as I'm concerned, I think it sounds like it's the same outcome based off of your interpretation as well, is that you'll look at this, the issues that exist today, and then present them as part of the new zoning bylaw. Is that how you're interpreting it?
I believe that's how we are interpreting it, right, team? Yes.
Oh, then in that case, I can support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I think most of the debate in support of this has been made eloquently by Councillor Penner and Councillor Walcott. I do agree that we live in a city and that there will be maybe less privacy. Having said that, I do think that as we start to live more densely, we have to get very good at sculpting the relationship between public spaces, which have to be high quality, semi-public spaces, which we share in common with like maybe people in a multi-family or multi-house living arrangement, semi-private, things like the front porch where you start to make the transition into the private realm, and private, which is the ideal for the backyard. And I agree that most of our backyards are not private. But I absolutely think that as we start to create more density and start living closer together, and with the tool of the land use bylaw, we can start to get very thoughtful about that and drive better outcomes for everyone. So I'm happy to support this because I think this sends a strong message from council that we should head in that direction.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I live in a house, I mentioned in another comment, where I look right into my my neighbor's house through the windows, and they often have the blinds closed. I won that battle. I do believe, in terms of neighborliness, that we need to do what we can within the rules that we have available to us to try and create opportunity for the flourishing of great neighbor-to-neighbor relationships. So I'm all for a great, robust conversation on this. I'm actually, personally, don't love 8-foot, 10-foot fences because of what it does to the interactions between neighbors. And when it comes right down to it, depending on the type of family that you are, the type of individual that you are, and the kind of relationship that you have with the person next door to you, there's a very fluid conversation. So I like the idea of having some discrepancy in terms of how you mitigate this. But I mean, getting line of sight as you're building a home or redeveloping on where the windows are going to line up and things of this nature. I don't know if that's too onerous, but I think it's a great opportunity for a good conversation, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I'll support this as well because I think privacy is an important conversation and is evolving conversation, and through the land use bylaw is an important place for it to happen. I will say that I really think it should extend to all low density forms because it's very much an important thing for all of them. So I do wish that it had been a little bit broader actually than it is, but I can support this.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is direct administration to consider changes to the land use bylaw to address issues related to privacy for adjacent neighbors. How are you going to do this? Please?
Councillor Dhaliwal, that's the joy of this amendment, is we get to go away and look into that and figure that out. I would say there's a number of ways that we can do that through design and through good implementation, but we do have to do the work to figure that out.
Isn't that going to be part of your DP process then?
It definitely could be through the DP process that's looked at, but that would mean it would be a rule in the land use bylaw, some sort of rule or policy that would guide
The rule is going to be someone that we don't allow people to stand in their window and look at people's backyard?
No, but it could be something as like I don't want to preclude what it could be, but one of the options that we have right now is where we have frosted windows where there's overlooking.
Okay.
So there could be some more things like that could absolutely be rules in the land use bylaw.
Yeah, before I support this or not support this, I would want to understand what mechanism we have in place.
For what?
To make sure this happens, that people's privacy is protected in the backyard.
In the backyard itself specifically, yeah. I think there's a number of things that we could do, but I don't think we're at the point where I can just tell you them today. I think we'd have to go away and figure that out, especially when one of the things I keep saying here is it's not really about introducing one new rule that's just going to solve everything. It's about looking at all of those rules together and figuring out how do we get to that design outcomes that's best. And it might be that there's one answer for one built form and there's another answer for another built form. But I think we have to look at that as a whole rather than just saying glaze a window or don't put windows within 5 meters of X, right? There's a number of things that we have to look at to make sure that that happens.
Councillor Dhaliwal, that's a really good line of questioning because, as Ms. Khan says, we do have to look at this more thoroughly because there could be unintended consequences to something like this. From removing windows, casting more shadows, creating more isolation between neighbors. So that's why looking at this more thoroughly to avoid unintended consequences would be important. And I believe if it's privacy, it should also be across the board for all residential and not just certain types of residential.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't think there's anybody else on the queue in this one, so over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Great debate. I'm just asking administration to go back and look at these things. If you want to do it across the board, fill your boots, that's your job, and come back and let us know. I think what's important today with the amendments like this is actually we're listening to Calgarians, those that stood up here and told us that they feel like people are staring into their yards, and I can tell you offline how I keep my neighbors away from staring into my yard if you want to know. With that, I'm closed.
With that, let's go to eScribe.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. Let's go to your next one, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, this one I believe is, sorry, this one is about the LAPs. Okay, yes. Okay. So clearly a lot of Canadians, myself included, are wondering what point of the local area planning process is supposed to be when we simply sidestep it and make changes like this but are being proposed. Local area planning is supposed to be the opportunity for city planners to engage with communities in depth and figure out exactly how development should unfold in coming years. It's a process that recognizes Calgary is not uniform. We have unique neighborhoods and we don't expect them all to grow the same way. The city has now completed 3 of these plans, North Hill, Westbrook, and Heritage. Several more are on the way. Blanket rezoning was not something that was anticipated in these LAPs, and I think we have heard that a lot of people who participated actively in these processes felt blindsided by the proposal for blanket rezoning and wondered why they could have not done this differently if they knew this was coming. So this amendment directs administration to go back and engage with those communities and determine whether anything needs to change in them as a result of blanket rezoning. Maybe nothing does, but we need to have a look. Importantly, this is not just asking administration to amend the LAPs, it's asking them to engage with the communities who cooperated in developing them. I know this is going to take time, so this proposes an interim update by the end of the year, but not necessarily for this work to be entirely completed.
Thank you. This being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Anything to add? Okay, let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
I understand like the intent of wanting to always have ongoing conversations with the community, and I think that we will always do that. And I also understand what you're saying in terms of this being an interim update, but you won't actually have heard, there won't have been anything substantially different within the timeline that you've put here. I think it'll just be a relitigation of LAPs as they are basically approved right now. And there's always going to be some level of resistance. And we hear that when the LAPs come forward to what they are, where it ends up. So I really struggle to see how exactly this is going to keep that ongoing conversation going. Like, I think that we need to have that, but I just struggle with kind of what you've put before us. So that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a couple questions for administration on this one. So from a capacity perspective, the way the local area plan teams are built out, what would this mean for those teams and local area plans that are currently underway? I'm assuming you would have to resource, pause. You know what? Why don't I not make assumptions? Why don't you tell me about the resourcing?
Sure, Councillor Penner. As you know, as I mentioned last night, we are fully subscribed with our local area planning program. We have a team that's dedicated to the 5 LAPs that we have underway, as well as 4 area structure plans. So it would have impacts on our resources. We would either have to add additional resources or pull people off existing plans that we have in play, which once you gain momentum on a local area plan, you can't just stop the tanker from continuing on. It takes some time, and we've also built in that trust and that engagement with the community already.
Okay, and so when I read amendments to local area plans, you already talked about some of the technical language amendments. What I'm reading amendments would be that some of the considerations around other building form, scale, and height would be reconsidered as a result of this. Do you read that in the same way?
No, I didn't read it the same way. I read it in the fact that we would just amend the local area plans to take away the criteria that we've established for where 3 or more units could be located.
Okay, and you indicated yesterday you had plans to do that work anyways if the rezoning passes, that you had plans to do that anyways.
Yeah, the amendments that would be required to align local area plans with the rezoning for housing would be fairly simple. There's just a handful of policies that would need to be amended, and that's something we could simply do.
Okay, so I think I'm going to need clarification from the mover on what exactly she means, because there's a big difference between going back and talking with community about making those amendments and making sure that there's clarity and understanding on that, and a whole other thing about reopening local area plans around larger revisions, around form, scale, and height on other potential areas of the plan. And so to me, those are two very, very different things. So if this is just a reaffirmation of the first part, I would support it. If it's more of the latter, then I can't support it. And I will go back and say that local area plans are about so much more than low density housing. They're about so much more than nodes and corridors. It is really about comprehensive vision and a plan for the area, about how people live, work, play, move. And when we simplify it down to sort of one single aspect, we do a disservice to the program as a whole. So I need Councillor Sharp to please be very, very clear on her intent so I can vote accordingly.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fraser, sorry, before you leave. Councillor Penner asked a question about going back to existing ones, and you said it's a matter of just perhaps use your language.
Yeah, there's a handful of policies that specify where housing forms with 3 or more units can be located within our neighborhood local. We would just simply have to remove those criteria from the policy.
Okay, is that the same as that neighborhood limited we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, is that with consultation of the community, or is that done by you?
With the limited policies, yes. that was in consultation with the community, but it was done in absence of a citywide approach to row house.
So I'm going to take the one that's in my the 3 that's approved, North Hill. North Hill was done 2 years ago. I don't think we had that conversation on policy at that time. So now, would you re-engage the community to talk about the neighborhood limited and where it applies?
I think we would reflect what council's decision is here before us, and we would simply go back and make those amendments. There wouldn't be a need to re-engage on something that council's already made a decision on a citywide basis.
You don't think the community associations of the homeowners in the area should be informed, if not, consulted, if not informed?
Councillor Wong, I think what Mr. Fraser is saying, if council is to approve the citywide rezoning, then that is a decision of council that would then just require the updating of the local area plans. There wouldn't be a need for more engagement because council's made a decision. Correct, Mr. Fraser?
Yes. Yeah, we wouldn't want to lock local area plans in time or to create exceptions to a rule that council has made a decision on a citywide basis.
I think where I'm coming from is, communities would like to be either informed of where you're going to do it, if not, be able to suggest whatever you recommend, some possible amendments to it. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at.
And those amendments to those local area plans would have to be made through a public hearing of council as well. So we would come forward with those amendments to council.
During the public hearing?
Yeah.
But not before?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do believe that it's important to have great free-flowing, open conversations with community about redevelopment. Certainly, like the First Amendment that we put through is there's a hope that that opens up a brand new channel that hopefully achieves some of what you're talking about there, Councillor Sharp, in terms of as the incremental piece-by-piece redevelopment happens in communities, there's an opportunity to go through some of the larger issues as they surface within a community, and that could potentially lead back and trigger conversations with the LAP team. But my understanding is the opportunity loss gain here is relatively small, so I will not be supporting at this point.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fraser. All the sort of thoughts all the thoughts I had have been covered off by many of my colleagues. The one that hasn't been touched upon, what kind of resources would this imply for the planning department to engage? Is this a 1 or 2 person assignment for 6 months, or?
Yeah, I don't have a good sense of what resources would be required. But one thing I would also mention is the issue of engagement fatigue. We've spent a lot of time with the communities that we've been engaging with so far on the 3 local area plans, and There's a lot of things going on in the city. There's a lot of engagement going on. Certainly the folks that are involved in our local area plans, at the end of the process, they've had a lot of input. They've had a lot of meetings. They've had, a lot of time spent with us and on not only local area planning but other projects in the city. And so I think engagement fatigue is a real issue that we need to factor into whether we want to go back and re-engage on things like this. But I think that's what I would say there.
Thank you. What strikes me, I recall fairly frequently during public hearing, that a lot of neighborhoods, communities, particularly those that had recently worked on LAPs, offered those as a mechanism, a framework to work with planning going forward, where the obvious spots might be. They felt that so much of the groundwork had been done in identifying areas for density, for example. And so it strikes me this has some inherent value. I'm wondering if it can be done on the road, in the field with a fairly junior person who can just sort of get a feel for what it's like, and then if necessary perhaps put that LAP back into the cycle for opportunities in the future perhaps. Not so thrilled.
Yeah. No, sorry, I'm not. I don't know if I'd want to subject a more junior planner to going out and having those conversations. I think that's something that would require some thought and some skill to finesse. So I feel like, as mentioned earlier, the council decision that's before us is one that is citywide, and I think that would be something that we would look to apply across the board in the local area plans that are already approved and the ones that are in flight now, that we would make adjustments to those as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I was sort of on Councillor Penner's track with this, but I think Councillor Spencer sort of has pushed me over to a no. And I guess what I want to add to this debate is that what we heard from the public hearing is that people like their LAPs. And I think one of the big stumbling blocks of the LAP process was to upzone to RCG or not. And nobody wanted to go first, and no one went. And so I think our LAPs are designed in the low density area to be flexible. And if we make the decision to upzone or substantially upzone to RCG today, that change can just be incorporated into the policy in a pretty minimal way. I think anything that requires a significant policy adjustment will be flagged by administration, and they will do the work necessary. But I think where we want to put most of our resources with regard to LAP is getting them out to the people, because we heard loud and clear that's what people want. So I think that this would be a unfortunate and unnecessary dilution of the resources that we have. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, we obviously heard from a lot of people here in this public hearing in the last couple of weeks, and there was one particular proponent that came forward, and I think she came from the school of Councillor Carra, because she was talking about local neighborhood shops, like a local coffee shop or a potential local grocery store that could be facilitated through redevelopment of our city, including going to a blanket RCG type zoning. And I think that increased intensity of use that this could facilitate could actually incentivize more of those kind of amenities. And so the idea of revisiting the LAPs to look more broadly at what ultimately the community could look like at full build out, I think would be a worthwhile endeavor to undertake, and also to bring the community in on what this is actually going to do, trying to demonstrate to them or help them walk the walk, if you will, with the city on how this will benefit their community. So I think it's a good amendment. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. The engagement fatigue was a big one that was brought up, but mostly it's actually just that, and everyone's a little going to have a different one if you're already in an LAP or not. But I can tell you that from my conversations with some of my own CA leaders, there's like the LAP's never been the problem. It was always the isolation of it, like some of the previous amendments about like focusing in on this particular area versus another one. But I actually only RTS'd in specifically because something that Councillor Chabot just said. It talked about reimagining densities and how that relates to the types of amenities in a community. This is something that Councillor Pootmans and I have actually had several conversations with each other about. It's not the LAP that's actually directing the accessibility of amenities. It's ironically, or not unironically, it's very clear in this conversation, it's the zoning bylaw. So much of the zoning bylaw restricts low-density development from having things like a bodega or a corner store or different types of like shops in low-density developments. And we've seen a couple really cool DCs that have come through council where you see like a coffee shop corner and then a mixed-use development for the rest. And that's the problem, right? They have to come through DC. The reason why I say that is because that's actually what makes the LAPs so good as they are, is that they're flexible in the types of categories that were provided so that they don't get so prescriptive as to determine in advance where certain amenities go. It's leaving that box open so that any of the different districts that exist within the bylaw can be fitting within those boxes appropriately, which is why when Mr. Fraze came up earlier, not this particular one, but previous ones, he identified that it's 2 sentences or 2 bullet points in a 100-page document that need to be changed to align this with the rezoning. And so that's a significant thing to be real considerate of. And then it's the land use bylaw that does the really good work of opening up the possibilities and opportunities within community. And so I just didn't want it to be left said that somehow this is going to increase it. It's actually, it's spend your energy getting the LLPs done and spend your energy on the land use bylaw, because those have been the barriers to actually seeing some of these really cool things done within our community that everybody's really excited for.
Thank you. Councillor, or have we gone through?
Yeah, I think we're done.
Okay, we're at the end.
Okay. All right, so thank you. So engagement, so Councillor Penner, engagement with the communities is in there, and it's not just amending the plans to match. So this is what's important. If these are supposed to be holistic documents, changing one element can change others. It certainly could change the feedback people would have given if they'd known 3 or more units would have been allowed in places where they currently can't be. Now, when we talk about engagement fatigue, we have to be very mindful that there's 2 sides to every story. Engagement fatigue may be on certain things, but we heard time and time again in the last 3 weeks that engagement during these LEPs, understanding this was coming, would have been a positive thing. I know the city recognizes that, and that's why engagement is built into process. I've shared my concern that we're taking away the opportunity people have their say on individual developments in front of council. On top of that, I think it sends a terrible signal to people who invest in many dozens of hours of their lives actively engaging in local area planning process, only to make a major change to it ignores it. So let's go back and have those conversations. I think they would really welcome that. People are losing trust in us, and if we want to rebuild that trust, it means we really need to listen. Revisiting these local area plans would be a great place to start. Hope you can support.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 9-6 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Karami, and myself voting against. Let's go to your next one, Councillor Sharp.
So this one's about quarterly briefings. Okay, so this one, this one, I will make sure I have this one right. I think it's the next one we changed. This amendment would ask administration to report back to the Infrastructure Planning Committee each quarter beginning in 2025 on the effect that blanket zoning is having. We have told Calgarians we're carrying out blanket rezoning to help resolve the housing crisis. If that's the case, we owe it to Calgarians to be able to show them we're actually making a difference, that the city claimed it would. And if it isn't making a difference, we need to understand why. If it's making a difference, they need to deserve that as well. So specifically, this would ask administration to report back on how many permits are actually being issued for these new districts, and whether we're seeing the timelines for approving permits actually getting faster. By removing the public hearings, we're told the process will be faster, so let's see it and let's be accountable for it. We also need to actually hear whether all of the concerns that people raised during rezoning about RCG and HCO developments are actually became problems or didn't become problems. Lessons learned, and this is going to be critical. So this would ask administration to collect feedback received from the public on those issues and summarize that for a report. This is different than the next amendment because that one goes to CDC. I just wanted to be very clear, these are very different from each other if you're reading ahead. So that is my open.
Thank you. It's seconded by Councillor Chabot. Are you weighing in? Okay, if you want to second and weigh in, if you could just do an RTS and second, that would be perfect, everybody. If it's just a second, I'm not going to go to you to weigh in. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. This one is actually, my request is nothing more than just a reminder about actually the amount of effort that we already went into this very subject in September 14th, or in the week of September 14th, because the notice of motion that started this all 2 years ago identified the significant requirement for a reporting cycle in the original notice of motion that came through in the housing strategy. And I want to emphasize that it came through in two different ways. One is it is the reporting that's going to come from the housing strategy that includes everything that's on this list because it's a part of the housing strategy. Again, to isolate one of the recommendations and send it to a separate committee from the rest of the housing strategy, it neglects to talk about the fact that they have to all work together. And so to evaluate the success of one program in isolation, you can't do it. You have to actually evaluate it within the concept of the entire strategy, especially because there are so many variables, which is why there are 98 recommendations. The second is that that's supposed to go to CDC and already planned to go to CDC with one of the first updates actually coming in a week. So the first housing strategy is coming, update is coming in a week. The second part about it that's really challenging, of course, is the location. Sending it to a different committee becomes, again, very problematic. And so there already is a reporting structure. I even understand. People might even be looking at this and say, hey, this is a simple idea. We want to have accountability built into this. And I agree to the point in which that I believe that the amendment was actually fought over in September to determine where the accountability will be built in. On top of that, next week at CDC, we are also bringing forward the terms of reference for the Citizens Advisory Group on Housing, because many people have talked about expertise in this process, about we need to make sure there are real experts. I took a lot of offense to that because of the experts that were on the task force, but the realization is that the long-term process of evaluating the success of the housing strategy was never going to sit with committee. It was always about actually sitting with a group of citizens that had the particular expertise to evaluate the success or failures and the necessary mitigation and adaptation strategies that are coming with the housing strategy, which include a range of people's experiences, which we'll discuss next week at CDC, from economics, from the nonprofit sector, from the development sector, the building sector, all of which who have the ability to actually take a look at this data further. Pushing that even further to that, going a step further to that point, is that there's a position that I don't know if it's been filled yet. I haven't had an update from Housing Solutions that is actually specific to data analytics on housing programs that is a part of like a lot of this work. And so while this sounds great, I actually just urge you to vote against it purely on the baseline that all of this is in flight and it's in different places. And so this is taking things that are in action and moving them around in a way that I don't think is appropriate.
Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For administration, a plethora of planners, I'm not sure where to send this to. How much of this work is typically done as a matter of routine reporting?
So, Councillor Putmans, I would suggest that looking at the effect of rezoning on housing supply, including the number of permits, we do through our quarterly building stats updates, although we don't tease it out by district, so that could be added. B, timelines for permit approvals, those are online, and I believe they're updated quarterly online. C is definitely new work and not reported on at all.
Would there be any utility? How would C help you in your work? Or would it?
Well, we receive letters with every single application coming in, roughly 7,000 odd development permits, 5,000, 7,000 a year. And we do use that feedback, as has been said several times through this public hearing, on updating land use districts, the most recent for RCG in 2022. So summarizing it for council, that would be up to you as to the use for you, but we do, through continuous process improvements, we do use that feedback already.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Yeah, I think Councillor Pootman's got most of the way there, so I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions. So housing supply, permits, timelines, you said that's for all housing forms across the entire city, so not broken out into district.
I apologize, Councillor Penner. Do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, totally. So you said A and B, those are things that you're doing already. And so I just want to confirm, you said that's citywide. So for any built, so for any land use, for any building permit type, so whether it's a deck or a house, like these are things that we have numbers on.
Yes.
Okay. So if we were trying to get a reporting and metrics for housing starts and stats, is this the best direction to give, or would a more refined direction that really just talks about housing starts and stats overall for the entire city to help us understand how we're, hitting our MDP goals established versus greenfield growth? Like, is that, and perhaps not quarterly, like, is that a better reporting mechanism to get a better overall picture versus just sort of picking a couple land use districts out to try to get an understanding of what's happening holistically across the city?
First of all, I'll say quarterly reporting is a lot of reporting on an annual basis. Secondly, we are working directly with Housing Solutions based on, as I think Councillor Walcott mentioned, the request coming out of the housing strategy on reporting. So we are doing that. So it would be a little bit duplicative from that angle, although, as I said, we have the first two pieces of information. Looking more holistically, I believe we're doing that through the housing strategy.
Yeah, thanks, Director Hamilton. Just to add that I think that there's value in sort of all of the stats and data being told in one complete picture so that council has a clear understanding of how we're moving the needle on housing generally speaking. And the intention is to provide as much of a robust update as we can through CDC related to the housing strategy.
Okay, thanks. And then I think maybe just final question, like if a counselor was curious, right, in an interim, so you're bringing a report next week, if a counselor was kind of curious on an interim, someone could pull the data and the stats for us on an interim if we needed kind of a highlight snapshot, not in a day's turnaround time, but the data exists, it's just sort of a matter of compiling it. So if we needed a snapshot to, have a conversation, with a citizen or something like that, we could, admin would support with that?
Depends what the data request is. I will couch that. But based on A and B here, as I mentioned, we do A quarterly already, and B, we do quarterly updates as well. And yes, we could pull that data upon request if needed.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just, I think I've asked lots of questions, and I can't support this. I think it's a lot of work, and I think I understand the intent behind it. I think the next amendment is really what gets at the heart of what we're trying to know and understand.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Sharp. I do think reporting is really important. I am not going to support this one either. Very likely to support the next one. Just looking forward to how your potential amendment on it. So thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Just a question for the mover in terms of what's the big distinction and the reason for splitting the two. That would be helpful for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharp, I don't see anyone in the queue, but I have a question of administration. If this doesn't pass today, is it possible at committee for Councillor Sharp or somebody else to make sure that things like this are included in the terms of reference that will be coming forward, or in some other manner?
Definitely, Mayor Gondek.
Okay, thank you for that. Over to you, Councillor Chabot.
No, I'll be brief. Part of the reason I second the motion is because we look at infrastructure and planning for infrastructure. And if we have some metrics that we can compare to by going to infrastructure and planning, we can also look at what potential upgrades may need to be accommodated by having those numbers as far as how many units have been developed in different areas. So infrastructure and planning obviously is where we'd be making those decisions on infrastructure improvements or upgrades. So I support the recommendation, not only for that, but also so that we can look at what we can learn from it. So there was discussion around how we amended our land use bylaw based on some of the things that we heard from the public, amending the RCG, creating the HGO. Again, that was through public submissions that the council, of course, helped to provide direction to create that new district. And why? Because of the things that we heard. Having a central point of contact to look at all of those issues that are similar for us to consider making further amendments, I think is a worthwhile undertaking, and happy to support it.
Thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Okay. I am just going to put my old administration hat on and tell you why I broke it apart. We can argue that rezoning for housing is one thing, but this is well within the committee, IPC's mandate, to evaluate timelines for planning and development. That is in planning and development's mandate. They send out their letters, they update us with timelines. We are changing a process in planning and development, okay? That is why we've separated it. This can be divorced from the work of the housing strategy. In future, we need to know that things are reported on frequently and timely, and we need to make sure that administration is coming to us so that we're transparent with the decision we made. That is the reason why I have separated them. And when they have metrics, they have to meet those metrics. It's got nothing to do with Mr. Chase's world. So GM, where did he go? Keane is not here. His metrics are going to matter with the changes we make to this process. Housing crisis strategy, all the other recommendations, separate. That's the next amendment. And so that is why I broke those out. What this amendment does for us, it clears out the goals and transparency that are essential for why we are making the decision on blanket rezoning. We claim that the new policy will have a certain effect. We need to demonstrate that. That is through planning. This is also for us to produce results that we want if this passes, and we need to know how quickly that's actually happening. And we need to make sure if this works in this process and we're cutting out time, maybe we use this process for something else. But these numbers are generally coming through planning and development. And that is why this one's separate from the next one, which Councillor Penner referenced going to CDC. So that's the divorce. That is why timelines belong in planning and development. Director Chase, it's got the housing strategy. Yes, they're working together, but from my experience, we have to make sure that we're delineating two standing policy committees, and that's why we have them. So I will leave it with that and let you guys decide how you want to vote.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That one is carried 9-6 with Councillors Walcott, Penner, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Let's go to your next one, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, so this one is similar to the last one, except a little bit different. So this is like quarterly reporting, but instead of asking for a report in 2 years, we can assess the effect of blanket rezoning after they've been in place for a while. I believe we need to establish a reporting now that administration is collecting the right data, and they can begin to identify issues that arise from our bylaws or policies related to this change so we can address them in this report, if not sooner. This one particularly goes to CDC because it's part of the housing strategy, and happy to answer any questions in my close.
Thank you. This is being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Let's go to Councillor Putmans.
Just for a change, let's talk about record keeping in the planning department. Perhaps, if I may, Director Hamilton, same questions as the last issue. So, which number is this? This one, that one. Impacts of rezoning on housing program at all increasing housing supply. So that's sort of work you do anyway.
Hi there. If you can just give us a minute, I'm going to get someone to come out and chat with you. The public hearing part is over, but we're going to get somebody from clerks to come and chat with you, okay? You can't interrupt us, though. If you could just let us carry on with the meeting, and someone's going to talk to you right now, like in 10 seconds, someone's coming over there. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, please go ahead.
Were you perhaps anticipating doing this sort of work in any event, or how much this would be new for you?
Hi, you know what? They'll give you a hand. Yeah, you're in very good hands. Thank you.
Councillor Pootmans, are you asking me if what? What are you asking me, please?
Were you thinking of doing this in any event?
I believe some of it. I believe Director Chase can answer that.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Pootmans. This is helpful additional content that we can be sure to include in an annual progress update. This includes additional information than has been requested previously, so that's helpful as we give council the best picture we can related to all of the things in this amendment. So it's not incongruent with the work we're doing, but it's in addition to, and it would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so back over to you to close.
Okay, I'll keep it simple. I think 2 years is more than a reasonable amount of time. Thanks, administration and Councillor Penner, for just changing where this should be going, and hopefully you can support this.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Sharp, is that it for you? For now. Okay. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
All right, it is up on the screen. Developers are self-selecting single-family or duplex when adjusting outline plans right now because within our current land use bylaw, they don't require a DP. If a project doesn't conform to the land use bylaw, this amendment in front of you would require them to go to the DP process. Ultimately, as this was socialized with administration, they came down on the fact that they use the DP process for some important pieces of their approvals timeline. This has come forward simply to say that we believe, or I believe that could potentially live somewhere else, similar to the way in which it does with single-family homes. So admin would prefer this be embedded in the land use bylaw refresh, but given the fact that timelines on all of these things can be quite fluid, and this is an opportunity for us to give multifamily a 6-month break and also incentivize more of it in our greenfield construction here in Calgary. I believe it needed to at least see the floor and a robust debate. I look forward to the conversation, and I will try and address anything in the close.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. Before I go to the queue, I'm just going to say we will take a break at 4 o'clock, everyone. We'll take a 30-minute break at 4 o'clock, and then we'll gauge what we're going to do at that point when we come back at 4:30. If we need to go longer than 6:30, then we might entertain a break for half an hour at that point as well. Okay? So let's go to Councillor Walcott.
I seconded it just so that we could have the conversation because I have a question. So how I'm reading this is essentially that a certain type of kind of ownership in the freehold fee simple process is essentially going to move to permitted in those areas identified. Is this in Greenfield or is this everywhere? In Greenfield? Okay. Yeah, developing Greenfield communities. So this is just in developing Greenfield communities. This suggests to me that it's permitted, and so it could go straight to a building permit if it meets the rules. Is my interpretation correct?
My understanding, Councillor Walcott, is that, because I believe they are already permitted, my understanding from industry is that they would like to go straight to building permit.
I mean,
The mover
more
can
housing,
perhaps
so, sure.
clarify.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Okay. Well, I was hoping for a little bit more of a conversation on this one. Okay, so single family or duplex builds, they tend to be most common form of grade-oriented housing built in newly developing greenfield communities. So a reason for this is because they don't require DP and they move straight to a building permit. So when the way this works just on the ground, when developers are amending an outline plan, trying to be responsive to the market, at times it does push them in the direction of preferentially moving in the single family or duplex path because it saves them 5 to 6 months of delay. So this is intended to adjust our land use bylaw ahead of the full refresh, directing administration to come back with a land use change to our current land use bylaw to try and expedite that and try and get more multifamily in our greenfield in a product type that doesn't necessarily need, or the concerns that have been raised by administration do ultimately end up getting mitigated by the fact that they end up more often than not being a cookie cutter style of product. Ultimately, some of the concerns that were raised, we embedded into this amendment that if it doesn't conform, it immediately kicks to the DP. So for example, the example that was just raised just the other day in public hearing where we were looking at a multifamily in Wyness's ward that had a whole bunch of other external factors related to it, this would kick that to a DP. So there'd be additional due diligence for DPs of this type and for projects that need it. It's the way that this amendment is written. So I hope you can support it. I believe it is ultimately a great opportunity for us to move multifamily quicker in Greenfield. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 12-3 with Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. Let's at least start things off with the next one. Councillor Wong, this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So this one needs the description and explanation. In the current HCO land use district right now, there are two criterions as to where HCOs go. If you have a local area plan, HCOs districts are applied in neighborhood flex and neighborhood connector areas. Whereas if you don't have a local area plan, they're applied within 200, 400, 600 meter, whether it be an activity center, LRT station, or a transit station. So therein lies a bit of a conflict. We have different approaches to applying HCO, whether again you have an LAP or not. Last week we dealt in public hearing in Greater Forest Lawn where we approved 2, if not 3 HCOs in, again, not directly on transit corridors and that. And yet at the same time when the Greater Forest Lawn LAP gets approved, again, those will never get approved. So what this is doing is reconciling the difference as to where HCOs get applied consistently, whether you have an LAP or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Second. Councillor Chabot. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I cannot support this. I remember when we brought HCO forward, I made a pretty strong debate that was absolutely the district to have 0 parking minimums in, and was very close to winning that debate, but lost on an 8-7. To now change the locational criteria to be even lower, when we know, like, we have very aggressive targets in our MDP in terms of proximity to transit that we expect things to be, like, more aggressive than most other major cities, actually. And so to constrain HCO development to like this low is not actually something I can support for a variety of reasons, but that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I just also wanted to just add quickly that this is actually extremely restrictive in comparison to even where HOs can get built in LAPs. In LAPs, they're way more flexible based off of the different locations, but also a very simple reminder is that when you're hearing about density in nodes and corridors and transit stations and stuff, this is where we're actually looking at building higher density. And that's the whole purpose of the 600-meter distance and the original thing is that it's not too spread out without an LAP, but it's also, by limiting it to here, you're also putting it in the locations that we should already be going bigger. And that is something that has been recognized repeatedly throughout this conversation, repeatedly throughout this public hearing. So at baseline, this is actually counter to even what the public wants, because they want higher density near transit and scale density in those particular corridors that the opportunity arises in the current district. Like I said, the land, like in an LAP, I've got different areas that are like throughout, say for example, like Killarney, like 29th Street through Killarney. There's no LRT stations, there's no major transit in that location, but it's a collector street, it's a main road essentially, and so that's where the HGO is appropriate. So this is so restrictive that it goes against the basic principles of even some of the rules that we have in the LAP, and it shrinks redevelopment, or at least it sets redevelopment into areas that we're actually looking for a higher density than HGO.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, again, when we take a look at the HCO based on the LAP area, it's very defined as to where the neighborhood flex and neighborhood connected corridors are. I don't see how this is anything inconsistent with doing that. So again, for consistency's sake, I'd like to get your support. Having said that, though, Councillor Walcott, when you made reference to that we need it in a broader area, then maybe we need to take a look at HCO in the LAP. Thank you.
I'm assuming you're closed. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is defeated 6-9 with councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Putmans, Sharp, Kara, me, and myself voting against. That takes us to our break time. When we come back, Councillor Wong, it will be your next 3. We'll be back here at 4:30, everyone. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the continuation of the April 22nd public hearing meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Corral. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Dumont.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
And then debate.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councillor Wong, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. This next amendment is an amendment that takes properties that are currently green space or park space but zoned as residential and asks the administration go back and rezone them properly to their proper land use district. Done, thank you.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Do you want to go grab your seat so you can officially second it? Councillor Chu to second it. All right, I see Councillor Walcott in the debate.
Yeah, no, this is just like really quickly, as far as I understand this one, it's nothing more than just aligning the parks that we have in our city with the appropriate zoning for them, just to alleviate concern. Many of our parks right now have grandfathered zoning that doesn't change the fact that they're parks and identified in our land stewardship as parks. So this is just a good way of actually differentiating. The important one that, and I'm glad that this is happening because I wanted to bring this as well too, so I didn't, when I saw that Councillor Wong brought it in there. The important one is that it'll actually help like tell communities what's not a park is the big one. There's a lot of parcels that we have in this city that are actually just vacant land with temporary community uses that isn't a park. It's just someone hasn't built on it yet and it's just been empty for a long time. We've had conflicts with those pieces of land before because communities have like fought over them and said this is a park, but really it's just been an undeveloped piece of land for 30 years. And on the flip side, we actually have city parks that are parks and are also zoned for housing because park is an allowable use in the housing districts that we have. So this is just a good way of cleaning that up so that if you're in a community and you still see what you consider to be a park with in what you would consider to be incorrect zoning, it'll actually let you know that that was never a park in the first place. And so that type of clarity, I think, will help and avoid conflicts in the future.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Walcott said it all really well. Just really excited to be able to alleviate some of the concern that the park zoning added into this whole conversation. Happy to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Corral, please.
Sorry, I texted RTS, but I just meant to say I'm here.
Okay, good. There is no one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Walcott and Councillor Spencer for doing a great statement and my close. Thank you.
All right, describe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's go to your next one, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. We've heard several times through the course of the last 3 weeks where understanding what our communities look like from a quantified perspective, meaning census information, census data is very important to them, but it's also been regarded as a cornerstone of the way in which we do municipal planning and infrastructure planning. So what this amendment basically asks us is that we're asking administration to go away and come back by the 2025 mid-cycle budget adjustment process with the recommendations, which includes budgets and organization accountability, to resurrect the municipal census program and with the intention of completing a biannual census by 2027 or thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. That is being seconded by Councillor Penner. Oh, and an RTS. Please go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we've been trying for years now to bring this back and been having the conversation through various budget discussions and knowing, you know, that the lift to get it going is really high to start, but then sort of the program maintains. it is not just for planning that needs this. When we look at the number of groups who are asking about this, the CBE would love this data to help with school projections and populations. Our social serving agencies would love to have this data on hand. I think communities are curious about this. So this is one of those things where, you know, to save $1 million a few years ago, we're now saying, oh yeah, that probably had more value than we ever realized. So I really hope that council can commit to getting this going again. So happy to second this and support it. And maybe, I think this is the third time we've asked for it. Maybe third time's a charm.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer, please.
Another really great debate. I won't add to it. Happy for all the reasons that were just stated to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, please.
Thanks, Councillor Wong. I actually won't support this here because it's not that I don't think we need one. I think it's much larger conversation and it's not directly connected to the matter before us. We've talked about having a census in so many different conversations. I would really encourage you to bring this back as a notice of motion so we can have a bigger discussion about what the implications are of it and maybe work with administration to get some preliminary estimates on cost to support that debate. So with that, I would be willing to support you if you want to withdraw this amendment so we don't have to give it a reconsideration if it loses at a different date.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I'll just say that I'll support it, but also I also supported the last two attempts to get it up. So like this is a significant one, and to draw it down to why it matters for this conversation in particular. The housing needs assessment was based off of the 2021 federal census. And so the housing solutions referenced some of the data, but I just want to reiterate it here because it's flawed, right? And so 84,000 households are in core housing need. That means that households that are making $65,000 and paying more than 30% of their household income on housing. So that's 84,000 in core housing need. Then it went on to identify that about 114,000 are spending more than 30% on their household income. And then it went on to run a scenario that said, what happens if we take out COVID supports? When they ran that scenario, working with the federal government, that number came out at 141,000 households that are spending more than 30% of their income on housing in this city. And those are estimates that are immediately out of date within 6 months of when we got that information to us, because everything that happened in 2021 was fascinating. But 2022 and 2023 is when the most immense changes to the cost of housing actually happen with extreme rent increases. My point of saying this is we cannot always rely on other orders of government to provide us with the appropriate data. This is actually one of the reasons why we don't have the current census, is because the province stopped doing it. And we said, oh, we'll wait till they figure it out. And then they haven't figured it out. And in that time, we've been desperate for it, desperate to get the right information. And so because this is simply a come back to mid-cycle, let's talk about it, that is where I think we should get the more fulsome conversation. But I also think that it is deeply connected to some of the issues that many people have suggested they have with some of the data that is available. I'll always just say that we have good data to tell us why we need this. This is actually just going to probably illuminate the fact that everything that we think is happening right now is probably much worse.
Yeah, let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. Ms. Martin, do you have an estimate on how much it would cost to do a census?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Chabot. The last time that an assessment was undertaken to estimate the costs was 2022. So the numbers that I have are, just want to caveat that the numbers are going to be dated now. At the time, we had estimated the capital budget around $4 million. That's strictly for capital, and the operating budget at that time was estimated at approximately 600 base operating, and at a biannual delivery, we had estimated a 2.5 million one-time event budget. So altogether, that would be just over 7 million.
And then the subsequent one would be a little bit less because you wouldn't have to make those capital expenditures.
The capital would be certainly much, much lower, and we would have the base operating budget already approved, so it would be lower the second time, yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to support this, and the main reason I'm not going to support this is because we just recently heard from our provincial counterparts that they plan on introducing through Bill 20 a requirement for us to have a voters list. And so once we know exactly what they want or what they plan on contributing to all of this, hopefully we can roll that into our own program and maybe lessen our costs. But right now, I don't think that that's been finalized, and I would prefer that we wait to do anything with that until such time as we know exactly what the province is going to do and how they're going to step up to the plate to help us to fund this. And any time that they're willing to require us to do something, it provides us an opportunity to say to them, if you're going to require us to do it, provide us with some funding to accommodate it. And I think the best thing to do for this is to wait until we have more details around the provincial announcement, specifically as it relates to Bill 20, and seek support from them before we move forward on initiating something on our own. So I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Demong, please.
I actually am very much in agreement with Councillor Chabot. We've got a number of things coming through on Bill 2018 and 1921, 163. I don't know how many they're going to come forward with, but there's so much coming at us so fast that this item itself, I think, will either get lost in the mayhem or could be done far less expensively if we were to wait and combine it with what is actually being done, much like Councillor Chabot has mentioned. This I find rather odd to come forward in the housing strategy. It just seems a little odd for me. But having said that, I would very much, I want to have municipal censuses. I think we miss them, and I think it's an important information we should have. I just don't think that this is the right time or place to be bringing it forward. So I also will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Craw, please.
Yeah, I'm torn between the argument that this may or may not be the right time, because I think the right time to have a civic census is like 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now, and we absolutely need one. But and so there's that. But then the argument that this isn't the right place, like from a governance perspective, this is a very tenuous connection between what we have, and I agree with Councillor Sharp that this is a notice of motion. This is a notice of motion that I would be happy to sign on. I just don't think it's, from a governance perspective, good to sort of pack a bunch of pork into a very weighty decision that we're about to make right now on something that is only slightly tangentially connected to this. So I will also ask the mover to withdraw this amendment, because I don't think it's well put, and I think that we do have to do a municipal census, and it'd be good to do that. So let's do it through a notice of motion, please.
Go to Councillor Meehan, please.
My question is actually to administration in terms of, like, would you be able to deliver what is requested here in time for 2025 mid-cycle adjustments? I mean, we've been having a lot of budget conversations ongoing, so.
Councillor Meehan, I believe we are working on something similar internally. So your question is whether or not we would have the information to come forward with mid-cycle adjustments?
Yeah.
I believe we do, based on the information that City Clerk shared with us. It would have to be updated.
Okay, thank you. I am very conflicted on this because I, like Councillor Walcott, I'm trying to be there for any attempt to revive the civic census, and it comes in odd ways, and I think it's coming here for very good reasons, even though Councillor Craw believes them to be tangential. Like, I completely understand why Councillor Wong is bringing it now, because every time we have redevelopment conversations, like, we're talking about population, we're talking about all the things that go in the civic census. But I also agree with Councillor Sharp that there's a lot more to this than just what is here, and there's, you know, considerable cost pressures. I think if I'd learned anything, it's like some really good things that we ended up really needing got cut through the SAVE program. So I actually don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but I'll listen to the movers close.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've heard quite a few reasons why we shouldn't support this, but I'm going to drill down. on what Councillor Chabot brought up, the money, $7 million, that's still a substantial amount of money. We had a lot of outrage, a lot of discussion over not having enough money to maybe subsidize our low-income transit pass, which was less than this. We've got a lot of things we'd be spending our money on right now, and a lot of things balls in the air, so I can't support this right now.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, you would be the closer on this. Yeah. So if, yeah.
So-
Can I just weigh in?
Oh, yeah,
first?
please, I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah.
okay, don't worry. I think this is interesting, Council, because so much of what we talked about during these hearings had to do with size of community and demographics of community and age of people in our city, and there was a direct link between the statistics we would have been collecting over time and the decisions that we were making. And so I think it is all right for this to be positioned here, and because it's research and return, and it's not saying, make sure that you put it into the budget, it's thoughtful. And so I'm going to support it. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just been brought to my attention that the word biannual doesn't necessarily mean every 2 years. So there needs to be a replacement of the word biannual to every second year.
Okay, Council, like if we're going to, let Councillor Wong have his close, let's do that.
So I'll go back to the clerks. Do we need to make amendment to that term biannual to reflect every second year?
Councillor Wong, if your intent is to do this every second year, then it's biennial, B-I-E-N-N-I-A-L. We can replace that.
Thank you. Okay. So, colleagues, again, we've heard many times over the course of the last 3 weeks, and we've also heard this many times over the course of 2.5 years of being here, about how important having data is to us in terms of municipal planning. I take a look at every morning, I get up and I clean my glasses so I can see a little sharper. Every morning when I drive to work, I look at my speedometer to see exactly how much fuel I've got, what speed I'm going at. These things get us through every day in our lives. Similarly, having good census data, whether it be population data, housing data, income data, disparity of age ranges, these are the things that many of you have talked about, is how that benefits the way we manage our city, the way the city schools manage themselves, everything else. This is something I don't think anybody would disagree is the right thing to do. The fundamental question, though, that was posed by a number of colleagues here is whether or not this should be done as a notice of motion, given some other thought, whether it be Bill 20 or given other thoughts as to the appropriateness of this. But as the mayor said, and the mayor and I have consulted on each other on this, this is just asking us to do the research and bringing back in November the recommendation, yes, no, costing, what would it take to do that? And there's certainly, when Bill 20 comes forward and anything else comes forward, I'm sure that would be considered by administration when they bring forward their recommendation. So therefore, I do ask you to support it. Thank you.
You scribe to vote, everyone.
All the votes are in, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is carried 8-7 with Councillors McLean, Winus, Chu, Demong, Putman, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Let's go to your next one, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. So we spent quite a bit of time talking about how public engagement through land use is important to them, but we also spent equal amount, if not more time, talking about development permit. We've approved 2 amendments to the development permit process, one of which was around the process, one of which was around stakeholder engagement. This is a third leg to a 3-legged stool, which is to ensure that the technology, the information systems, the data, the way in which our constituents interact with the city, industry interacts with the city as it relates to development permits is really clean, crisp, and clear. Right now, there's really just the one tool, DMAP, and a lot of people, I just today got a note, can we please explain what DMAP is? Can we do some marketing what DMAP is? Can we help people understand how to use DMAP? Why is it that we get certain data, not certain data? If we're going to improve our processes, improve our engagement with stakeholders, we need to get data out there better than we do today. We have technology there, whether it be the DMAP system, whether it be 311, whether it be through our Calgary.ca. What we're looking for here is ensure that the technology matches the processes and the stakeholder engagement as it relates to development permits. Thank you.
Thank you. It's being seconded by Councillor Penner. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to other, I would say, leading technology tools that we've had and employed here, say 311, we find that things move fast. So in the spirit of continuous improvement, I believe this is an important conversation. I think there are things that we can explore, conversations about geofencing, getting automatic notifications, particularly as we get a great community conversation set up and hopefully move that work forward expeditiously, to be able to bring community members out, making sure they don't feel surprised, that they have lots of time to get themselves wrapped around the change that's happening in their neighborhood, and an invitation to a community conversation to have their concerns looked at. This is an important ancillary piece of that whole ecosystem, so happy to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
So I believe that there is already some ongoing work related to this. Is that correct, GM Hamilton?
That is correct.
Okay. I think this is really important work. I agree with Councillor Spencer. I have some residents in particular who are, begging for improvements on DMAP, and so that's why I know that some of this work is ongoing, and some of the things that Councillor Spencer brought up, the ability to subscribe. I think that this is an ongoing continuous improvement thing as well, and I would love to learn more about that work. Are the timelines in this reasonable for administration?
Yes, Councillor, and especially it does say investigate and report back on, so.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. That's it for me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thanks, Councillor May, and ask some of my questions. The only thing I wanted to ask on top of the timelines, is there a budget implication to this work?
Councillor Sharp, as Councillor Meehan said, we are doing ongoing continuous improvement with DMAP, so I think it would depend on what options we are looking at as to whether or not there would be additional budget considerations.
And would that come back in a report then to us, or?
If we needed budget, if we didn't already have it available, then yes, likely we would need to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Budget and timing is what I wanted to ask about. We've got it. Thank you.
All right, no one else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for listening. Again, as I made references at that three-legged stool, that third leg, that keeps it balanced and keeps us supporting the wishes of our citizens in terms of knowing where we are with development permits and what the status is. With this, again, we talk about bringing it back to Q4 2025, gives, again, administration time to do the research, not only on the processes, not only on stakeholder engagement, but also taking a look at industry, if there's a tool out there that we could purchase as opposed to build. And buying systems are actually a lot faster and cheaper than actually doing the other way. This also brings it back in Q4 2025, which is the new council can figure out if this is something you want to budget as the next 4-year business plan and budget. Thank you.
All right, e-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, if I'm not mistaken, the next amendments are after we vote on the main, correct? Because they are actual bylaw amendments?
That's correct, Mayor Gondik. Okay. The next amendment is for the, no? Oh, I'm sorry. No, one more has been received from Councillor Chabot.
Do we have it?
We have it.
Okay. Councillor
Apologies
Chabot.
for that. One more.
Put my mic on. So this amendment is to look at some of the things that we heard from the public, in that typically they're supportive of R1, R2 with secondary suites, which allows 4 units on site. What we heard from a lot of folks is that where they have an issue with is when it becomes 5 6, 7, or 8 units. And when you start counting secondary suites, then it can create more units than what they would consider be sensitive intensification. We've heard of some approvals that were turned down because of context, that they weren't contextually sensitive to the surrounding area, weren't appropriate for certain locations. So when we talk about row houses, moving them to a discretionary use, this is in essence a similar sort of undertaking, but for RCG. So take into consideration 75 units per hectare with a limit of 4 units, whether that be 4 primary units or 2 units with 2 secondary suites, still achieves the 75 units per hectare. Anything beyond that, 5, 6, 7, or 8, those additional units to be considered as discretionary. So that's my motion, and trying to address any issues in my close, if I can find a secondary. Okay.
Great, this is being seconded by Councillor Demong. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Oh, I think I was first. That's okay. Administration. Can you give us the plain language version of what this does on a typical lot, please?
Councillor Penner, to me, this is pretty similar to the one we just saw a little while ago. What this would say is that we're limiting it to 75 units per hectare, so you're still only going to see that 4 units on that lot. And if we want to go beyond that, then we'd have to list secondary suites then as a discretionary use, even though right now it would be permitted with a relaxation. So there's that distinguishing factor. To me, what this does is really de-incentivizes secondary suites. And from a housing strategy perspective, suites are our most affordable form of housing. So to de-incentivize them, I have a struggle with it. But I think from a implementation perspective, we can do it. I would wonder why we do it as a discretionary use and not just a permitted with a relaxation.
Thanks. So I won't support this. One of what we are trying to increase supply of housing across the housing spectrum. This adds a hurdle that I am not in favor of. We talk about how supply can influence affordability. We know that many people opt for those secondary suites, whether it be on a single or a semi, to help cost recover and to support mortgage payments on the upper level. So there are many reasons that secondary suites are very, very good housing options when built safely. And this, to me, is putting a hurdle in the way of delivering housing and delivering supply at its most affordable, so I can't support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Many of us talked over the last couple of weeks about one particular story, and it was obviously Ms. Popowich and Bowness, and about how just that conversation about what was the issue in the system. The issue in the system with that particular example was that RCG is treated as permitted on corner lots, right? And so the moment you do that, right, the moment you move RCG into permitted, you're actually throwing out all of administration's feedback that they've received over a year of engagements, right? Because that engagement was long before this happened, right? We're talking from 2022 land use bylaw updates all the way up to the last 4 months with regards to this particular strategy of moving it into discretionary as a whole. The moment you do this, you're right. Yeah, you absolutely make secondary suites discretionary, but now the development permit, you lose the ability to talk about height. You lose the ability to talk about those different aspects that Ms. Popowich said I would just want to comment on. I just want to talk about the individual relationships, the context between my property and this property. I want to talk about that because the built form, I want to be very clear, is the exact same. The addition of suites or no suites, it's irrelevant to the built form, because if you take out suites, you just get basements. You don't get a smaller building, you just get a bigger property that's more expensive. All right, and so it's not about actually the built form. Now it's a conversation about making sure suites are are discretionary, which just reminds me of the fact that it took you 6 years to make suites permitted, right? 7 years, if not more, to get them to that permitted place. This, while it's an interesting thing to say, like, oh, this is a good mitigation for the CMHC stuff, what it actually does is it takes away one of the most important parts of this, which is that row houses and townhouses, and it took me a long time to get there, admittedly, there's value in them being discretionary, while there's a lot of work that's happening with the infill guidelines and all the things that we've talked about so far. So again, like, please just don't vote for this, because there's so much better work that's going to go on to mitigate these issues, and it doesn't cost us housing.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I also won't be supporting this. I think we had a very long and arduous path to legalizing secondary suites across the city, and I think including them in the density calculations. Actually, I think the best way to get this information and to do it is actually to support the civic census, because we want more information about people and where people are, and I think to write this into the bylaw, like, this is not going to get us where we want to go. I also think a big part of the housing strategy was actually like incentivizing people to put in suites, because it's like the gentlest form of density. So I do see this as a step back, and I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Yes, thank you. What we heard a lot from folks during the debate and the public presentations is that, and from administration, they said, listen, if folks have an issue with the development, they can challenge specifics at development permit stage. And while that is true to a certain degree, whilst RCG is granted by right to have up to 8 units as long as you've got a 50 by 120 foot lot. So the challenge, of course, is that unless you've got some very specific relaxations that are incorporated into it, there's no ability to appeal the decision. And so if you incorporate a discretionary component into it, and it is egregious, and it does have some major negative impact on the surrounding community, it does provide that additional tool to then appeal your decision at SDAB, if nothing else. So this is intended to provide that additional ability for the community to get engaged on instances where the development is in fact very egregious, and we've had a few. You guys have turned down some of them, and mostly because they weren't supported through land use policy. So there may be other instances like that, and that's why I'm proposing this, that will hopefully mitigate some of the concerns of the residents to allow them to challenge it on the basis of it being discretionary and potentially appeal it at SDAB. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's defeated 7-8 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Dhaliwal, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. I understand there's another one?
That's correct, Mayor Gondik. There is one more from Councillor Wyness.
Favorite topic, counting secondary suites and density. I think this is kind of the first step in getting to where Councillor Chabot is going, but we're going to do it with the base of understanding of how we've built out our community. So it's a two-parter where we're going to go and evaluate all our secondary suites, carriage houses, and main units throughout the entire city and present back to council. So, no, this one's just an amendment. So I'll let council read it because we had to make a quick update on it. And the second one, the part B, is so that we can get a report back on all the other departments outside of planning that are using unit calculations to charge fees and structures. Because right now we're talking about counting a unit, but not the ramifications throughout our entire organization. And so with this report back, council will be able to take this information and do better directions to actually tackle some of the problems that are ending up at council's desk. So thank you. I hope you support this.
Okay, before I go to the seconder, who I think is Councillor Sharp, Madam Clerk, can you just keep bringing amendments that are essentially the same as ones that have gone before? This is very similar to the one we just heard, and then 11 amendments ago we had the same thing.
A motion that has lost cannot come back without a reconsideration. So whether that's an amendment or a main motion, the same rules apply. But I would look to my colleagues in administration to confirm if this is the same matter.
I would suggest, Council, that unlike the other ones that are presupposing a specific unit or units per hectare count, that this one is actually asking us to do some analysis to include the suites, which is similar, but then do analysis as well as look at the implications corporate-wide and do this through the new zoning bylaw, which is different than the other ones.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Sharp is seconding this one. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I just wanted to second it as well, but to the point of like that, this is the appropriate venue, right? It's in the new zoning bylaw, but it specifies some very clear things that align with both public feedback and the housing strategy. By looking at minimum density requirements and not presupposing them, we're having a fulsome conversation at the appropriate place. And then, of course, engaging with the other departments to say, like, how will this impact those conversations around infrastructure and so on? Worthwhile. And again, I always support that. I'm glad that the census moved forward because this will also contribute to that conversation in the future. So this one is the one that makes the most sense.
Thank you. Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for administration. B subsection 1, it says count density calculation for each community. How long is it going to take for you guys to do that?
Ms. Khan, are you, or Ms. Ferguson, either one of you?
I'm confident that because we have an excellent secondary suite registry program and the building permits associated with that, that we would be able to do it. Definitely would be able to do that for the Q1 2025 timeline.
Okay, that's very interesting because in my ward, that's 20% of the legal secondary suites are in my ward, but then there's other suites that are illegal.
Councillor, we can only count legal secondary suites that are registered.
Oh, okay. So our bylaw is saying make it illegal, no worries.
No, our bylaw is not saying make it illegal. To do
You
it,
just said you can only count legal.
I said we can only count legal secondary suites. Did I say illegal accidentally?
No, you said legal, so that means if it's illegal, no problem.
We're only aware of the legal secondary suites, Councillor Dollywell, so for us to, administration, to try and count illegal secondary suites, that will be impossible.
Okay. Thank you.
Go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thanks. Thought I had to sneeze for a second. I won't debate too much on detail on this, but say that I support this for the same reasons I supported, including secondary suites and density calculations as I did earlier. Secondary suites have taken on a very different meaning in our bylaw and policies from what we first intended, and there's a difference between a basement suite or backyard suite. That's clearly a secondary dwelling connected to a primary dwelling unit, and that's what we're seeing today. So there's often no practical difference between what's primary unit or secondary unit, especially in a row house or townhouse developments. But I think it's appropriate for our bylaws to reflect that. So thanks, Councillor Winans, for bringing it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please. Okay, Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I jumped in. Sorry, I was having to process this. I hadn't seen this one. And I think I agree with Councillor Walcott. This is probably the right place to do it because then we can have a more fulsome conversation. It's a little bit different than what Councillor Chabot brought forward, which was to have a max of 75 units per hectare. So I think that this is well put, and I think I can support it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you, Councillor Winans, to close.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 14-1 with Councillor Carra voting against. Now, we're on to any other amendments or bylaw amendments, so we have to go back to the main now, and we are into debate on the main because all the questions of administration have been exhausted. So Councillor Meehan has already opened on the main. This was seconded by Councillor Walcott. So please get yourself in the queue for debate. Once the debate on this item is done, we will vote on the main as amended based on all the amendments that have come through. Madam Clerk will kindly walk us through that before we do our vote. Then there are a few amendments that will come after first reading of the bylaw, and then there's 5 motions arising. That's what we have left to do. So let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Obviously, there's been a significant amount of discussion throughout this process. I thought long and hard about how to approach the big conversation, which is, why are we doing this? What's the point? Like, what are we doing here? And so I spent a lot of time looking at incomes for the last couple of days. And one of the big things that I found and I've come to terms with is that a lot of people don't realize how precarious their housing situation actually is. Right now, if you were just to look at the incomes of people in this city and ask them a question and say something very, very simple, if your household had to move today, could you afford to? The answer in that story is one that I think most people aren't really aware of, is that right now, based off of all of Krebs data, so not just like assessments, but based off of typical housing prices across built forms, 60% of Calgarian households could only afford an apartment building, could only afford to live in an apartment. When we're thinking about people talking about like what does the single detached house offer to us, I want to say again, when I looked at the data further, using Krebs data, using the median household incomes, it's actually that only 27% of Calgarians even have a shot at moving today into a single detached house. Now, that's if nothing else changes. We're talking no migration, no interprovincial migration, no international immigration, and if none of that changes, people still can barely afford to move today. Now, luckily, this is where recently Sarah Woodgate from Calgary Housing Company, she released a article that talked about the fact that people are stuck in their housing and they don't always realize it, is that they don't always know the fact that there's not another option on the market for them, and it's across levels. People who are in affordable housing, the amount of turnover is the lowest it's ever been. People are stuck in affordable housing. In apartments, the ability for people to move from apartments to different types of housing, people are stuck. And the availability of those other options is just not there. Nowadays, because of the price escalations we're seeing, people who are in single detached homes, they're struggling to actually even consider how to downsize. And that's just for rezoning. When you're thinking about how this connects in with the entire housing strategy, I'll put it this way. Many people have talked about, the three-legged stool. So I'll go a step further and say, a stool is not very effective when you cut off half of one leg. Sure, it's not the whole leg because it's one of 98 actions, but if you were to do that, if you were to pull the rug out of the housing strategy, what you're effectively doing is you're making the other solutions less effective because you're reducing people's mobility. This is one part of 98 parts. For the community, I've talked about this so often, especially in one-on-ones, there's so much fear about what's going to happen. Some of my colleagues have talked about it and referred to it as grief, right? It's like it's a loss of something else, and I think that's a significant understanding, is that this is such a natural thing to feel, that so much change is going to happen, and it's going to happen so fast, and we have to go to the worst case scenario. But the worst case scenario isn't going to come to pass because it can't come to pass. I want to be very clear about that. It cannot come to pass because of all the things that administration has done to limit the worst case scenario. So when we're in this conversation on land use and we're talking about where is this appropriate, I really want to anchor home to the simple idea that low-scale housing has always been appropriate everywhere. We've just kind of never really been willing to embrace it with purpose. And the purpose is here now. The evidence is so clear, and I will debate absolutely anyone 100 times to take a look at all of the different examples across the world about how upzoning works with and only with the additional work that is going on in the other parts of the strategy, and how those locations that have failed because it was their political leadership that tried to saddle that decision with things that are way outside of scope and have destroyed the ability to build housing for people. This has always been about people. It's never been about what your neighborhood looks like, because it's been about people. And when we start to prioritize tangible structures over the human beings that need to live in them, I always am reminded by this simple thing: is we live in a city, we build a city for the people that live in it, and we need to make sure more people can, because so many people can't right now. So with that, I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The rezoning proposal that's before us removes bureaucracy. It is a step to bringing housing to market and stabilize prices over time. This is an opportunity to bring greater certainty to the inevitable change that we need to undertake that includes housing in this city. We need to stop artificially restricting what is gentle density. One of the pieces of feedback that through these last 2 weeks of public hearings that really resonated with me was a gentleman that talked about how do you thread that needle between the towers that really kind of change the lifestyle, like that downtown lifestyle, and then also preserve what people have grown to love here in this city with block life and neighborhood life. And the picture and the vision of an incrementally evolving street that preserves all the stuff that we love, but also welcomes more people into the city is ultimately where I kind of land. I love the fact that the housing ladder is something that is being addressed in this, that we actually, as we welcome more people and we exercise what makes us great as Calgarians in our strong welcome, we actually are helping the housing ladder. We're helping people all down the continuum, down and up. The rezoning unlocks the creativity of Calgarians as we respond to our housing challenges. We get more freedom with our land in terms of how we want to be involved in participating and addressing the challenges that we face as a city. This is the removal of a significant barrier. This is an expensive process. This is a long process. It is a process that is, as we've seen, fraught with community feedback and opposition because change is hard. We've heard that consistently throughout this whole process. What I love about this is Calgarians are invited to invest in housing. I think it's gotten lost in this, but some of the presentations that really resonated with me were around the invisible density, the backyard suites, the basement suites, the secondary suites. I think ultimately this is where my heart lives in terms of thinking about a long-term future in this city that includes my family and the pressures that are me facing my own children. I love the fact that Calgarians already want to be involved. I think of the conversations that we've had over the last little while. There's a willingness to participate in the solution and a willingness to participate at the block level with what is in our hands, the gifts, the resources that we have in our hands. When I look at this, rezoning is a smart policy change. I know this was a super hard decision arriving at this point. As I went out to my community and asked for their feedback, it was an outpouring of concern and frustration and an awful lot to sift through in terms of what people thought would actually happen. And it was a wide delta between what people thought what was probable and what was possible and what was probable, to steal a line from Councillor Penner. Ultimately, this makes us a more adaptable city. Strong systems, strong cities are adaptable. They have an ability to meet the challenges, and this is one of the ways we can add a little more elasticity into our ability to receive the change that is being thrust upon us. We can't control immigration. We can't control interprovincial campaigns to bring people here. We are, I've heard Councillor Chabot say, the victims of our own success. People are here, moving here at a rapid pace because this is a great place to live. And we need to adapt to that. We need to do it in a smart way. We need to do it in a way that aligns with the MDP objectives. We need to overall try to shift some of our growth trends for the long-term financial resiliency of this city, climate resilience of the city, and social resilience of this city. Gentle density that preserves neighborhood scale development is what we're after, and I believe this, I sure hope, this is what we are about to unlock in a significant way. I walk past these housing typologies every day. I go to school with my daughter. Every time I walk her, I walk past row houses, I walk past duplexes, and I walk past even higher, like a six-story condo, and it's all amazing. It all adds vibrancy. It all has its place. Yes, my neighborhood has it all set in different copses, but when I walked with Councillor Walcott very, very early on in this conversation, I better speed up, in some of his words, I found it charming and I found it amazing. Calgary, we need to carry the challenges we face as a community. The arguments against this, I really only believe don't hold up if we put all of the weight of affordable housing on this. It's not the arbiter, it's not the silver bullet. It doesn't negate the fact that this is a strong policy choice that makes a long view.
Councillor Spencer.
I'm done.
Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
All right, I've got a lot to say too, so I'm going to blast. I was elected 14 years ago. I always say I was elected in an age of politics and full sentences, and now, like everyone else, I'm enduring the age of the politics of anger, fear, and division. I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but one of the reasons is that the act of campaigning and the act of politicking has usurped the act of governing. And I've seen that increase across the world. I've seen it increase around this horseshoe in my time on council. And I think that one of our jobs, I believe, is to govern and not to constantly politic and campaign. And I think when we weigh arguments and make decisions, we have to be swayed not by the virality of an argument, not by how many people are saying something, but by the veracity of an argument, how much weight it carries. Now, I have been accused of not being amenable to persuasion, and to be fair, I have been on the bleeding edge of this conversation. For 24 years of my life, I have been a believer in mixed density neighborhoods and advocated for them and designed them and studied them. And as a city councilor, I've advocated for them and supported them, and we voted many times on this very measure to get it before us. But I do believe very strongly in the public hearing process, and I am always willing to be persuaded. I'm also always willing to wade into arguments and try and persuade myself, which is one of the reasons why I think people believe I'm closed in my thinking. I will say that I was swayed by the yes side. I think we heard from amazing Calgarians who spoke very thoughtfully and intentionally and really came to their conclusion having thought about the issue. With regard to the no side, I'm going to be uncharitable, and I'm going to say, the debate over this epically long public hearing reminded me of two debates that I've been involved in, two long debates. One was secondary suites, and I heard all the same arguments and all the same fear-mongering, but it also reminded me of our 3-day public hearing on whether or not to ban conversion therapy in this city ahead of other orders of government. And if I had entered that debate as a babe in the woods without a preconceived notion, I would have been convinced to ban conversion therapy by the arguments of the people who were telling me not to ban conversion therapy. And I felt that very strongly in here. The lack of compassion, the lack of curiosity, the absolute certainty in misinformation and dismissiveness of expertise, of our experts, of the experts we hired, of the information that we put out there. I found it offensive. I have close to 50 logical fallacies that I wrote down with my team. Absent was real consideration of the environment in a climate crisis, of the housing crisis, of basic economics versus the economic diversification that we're driving and the population that's swirling in here. I want to note, one of the things I expected to hear and to be very concerned about, and that I remain concerned about with this subzoning, is heritage preservation. And I heard nothing about that, and that disappointed me. What I did hear was a lot of fear, Some of it was unhinged, some of it was banal, but I also witnessed a lot of the political gaming of that fear. And I think it's our job to lead. I think it's our job to really dig into the veracity of arguments and not their virality. And I hope that the people around this horseshoe who are going to vote no think about that as they make their arguments and they cast their vote. I think Jasmine Meehan, my colleague here, in her opening said it very well, that leadership has to be future-focused and it has to be values-based. And for those reasons, I am very appreciative of all the work and all the expertise that's got into making these recommendations. And I am happy to support it, and I hope everyone else does. And we heard from one citizen who did an analysis of a place where there was already upzoning, and he said, you don't get a maximization, you get a mix, not a max. And a shout out to that guy. I've lost his name. But that's what we're going to get,
Thank you,
and it's going to
Councillor
contribute. Please support it.
Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For a different perspective, a critical aspect of the housing strategy relates to our Calgary economic development work and goals. For context, we compete with over 1,000 jurisdictions on the planet for the talent that drives our economy. An important part of our success in attracting talent is the quality of our housing that we offer, both the variety and the price, which are equally important. The strategy will enable our continued growth without driving housing costs to the level of our competitors, a terrific advantage. We will also have an advantage when corporate operations from outside Calgary consider Calgary for their operations. I've had the experience of doing that multiple times for large corporations, international conglomerates coming to town looking for opportunities. Again, the variety and cost of housing will remain competitive. This strategy will ensure we remain a resilient and desirable choice to locate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to thousands of Calgarians who took part in this process, either by submitting their thoughts in writing or speaking at council directly during the public hearing. Your participation is critical to local decision-making, and all your thoughts and input were deeply appreciated. Thank you, administration, for this marathon public hearing. A well-deserved night's rest will come right after this vote, and to clerks as well. I will not support these recommendations for two reasons. First, it's blanket. Colleagues, we know for certain that not every single site in Calgary's established communities is appropriate for this, and it's fact. And we should not be passing bylaws that we know on the face of them will cause negative consequences. We should be looking for better solutions than that. We ourselves have turned this change down in the past 3 years, 6%. Yes, it's not a huge number, but the consequences can be profound. Council is the best decision maker when it comes to contexts and communities, and we should not be downloading that responsibility onto administration. That's our job, not theirs. It doesn't matter how many belts and braces we try to put on this. If we pass this off to administration, we are going to be hearing more stories like Ms. Popowich's experience, and I want no part of that. Secondly, at its most basic level, this amendment aims to cut 4 months off the time it takes for RCG approvals in established communities. I fully support expediting application process, but the problem is this cuts out the wrong 4 months. It cuts out the public's 4 months of engagement and input, not administration's 4 months of process. Nothing in this requires administration to innovate, improve, do jobs faster. The people, what I just heard, the people, some of you referenced in your debate, are not the red tape. Now, I know I'm not supposed to say this, that this is a public hearing to end public hearings. City Solicitor would disagree with me. But the fact is, if this passes today, a public hearing will no longer be required if you want to build a row house or townhouse virtually anywhere in the city. By eliminating this process, we risk alienating our constituents, the people, and failing to represent their interests in a meaningful way. I want no part in removing citizens' right to speak to the council directly if they have concerns about redevelopment in their communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. I also won't be supporting the recommendations. What I've heard from administration through their presentations insofar as the criteria associated with where this is most likely to occur, and I look at my communities and I see that my communities are going to be highly targeted in regards to this proposed development. And so the idea that this is going to be spread out throughout the city, I think the criteria would suggest otherwise. The MDP specifically looks at sensitive intensification, looking at high density areas in close proximity to major activity centers where there's many amenities, public transit, and slowly transitioning into a lower density type form into the adjacent communities. Low density development, while many folks in administration consider this to be a very sensitive and low density type development, I don't think that the general public necessarily agrees with that sentiment. They don't see this as sensitive intensification. We heard a lot of folks talk about community character and how some members of council say community character is not in the built form, but rather in the people that are within it. In my life, I've lived in so many different communities during the course of my life, depending on where I was in the evolution of my life, when I had small children, when I was really poor, just starting out, living in basement suites, probably mostly illegal basement suites, and then transitioning into multifamily. When I had small children, it was really good to have a whole bunch of other children to play with, and then ultimately seeking a very specific type of community to retire in, where I could enjoy a more quiet, a less intense neighborhood. I specifically picked the exact lot that I did, not only just because of the house and the surrounding areas, but the likelihood that I could actually have a garden for long term, that my neighbors wouldn't encroach on my sunlight, et cetera, et cetera. This would certainly significantly impact my quality of life if this is a development of this nature was allowed to happen next door to me. So I did pick that neighborhood, and many folks do pick those neighborhoods, whether it's in the inner city or in the suburbs, specifically for that quality of life. So community character, it does in part tie into the built form. I picked single-family bungalow neighborhoods for that very reason, for that sunlight, for that, that quality that is afforded to me by that more quiet neighborhood. The biggest issue for me is one thing that Councillor Sharp mentioned, is that this takes away the ability for citizens to weigh in on potentially really negative developments occurring for close proximity to them. But more important than anything, above all else, this has been the most divisive conversation that I've ever taken part in ever since I've been on council. The idea that somehow this is just going to all blow over and it's all going to be nice, we're all going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, I disagree. This has created so much division in our city, and the idea that somehow the silent majority didn't get a chance to speak up, I would argue that that is actually correct. There was 5,100 letters in opposition, and as Ralph Klein used to say, for every letter that you receive, you can consider that to be 100 citizens, because most people don't want to get engaged in this process. So the 5,100 letters, consider that to be 51,000 people who are opposed to this idea. So for me, there's just too many things wrong with it. It would have been much better to try and do it in a very sensitive, planned, structured approach, and slowly transition out into the lower density type neighborhoods, and maybe eventually transition some of those neighborhoods into something that's of a higher density. But doing this blanket, broad brush approach throughout the entire community and all those neighborhoods where those folks specifically chose those areas to move because of what it offered to them from a peace of mind perspective, for me, that's why this is wrong and why I will be voting against it.
Thank you. My apologies, Councillor McLean. When you went out of the queue and back in, I put you in the wrong slot. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So here we are, after 3 weeks of public hearings, months of discussions and community meetings. But the question is, after all of this, has council listened? As you know, I wanted to go to a plebiscite to give Calgarians a direct voice to the future of their property and their community, but council said no. Many on council said a public hearing was a much better way to engage and to listen to the people. So we had 3 weeks of public hearings, received thousands of public submissions. I've said this before, we listened to 736 speakers, 70% were opposed to blanket upzoning. We had 4,347 people submit public submissions, 90% of those were opposed. We've heard from a lot of experts who told us we need this blanket rezoning to deal with housing affordability. We've heard if this blanket rezoning passes, housing prices will come down, everybody will get affordable home, rents will be cheaper, but we know that's not true. In fact, the opposite may occur. Housing prices may increase due to the upzoning lift. Now, will blanket upzoning increase supply? Most definitely. It'll increase the supply of duplexes, row houses. They're selling $600,000, $800,000. Definitely not affordable. We heard from experts that Minneapolis is a good example of a rezoning success story. In reality, the city of Minneapolis is just a very small part of the metro area, which is probably more of an example of a big urban sprawl, kind of against everything our plan says. We've heard about Vancouver, New Zealand, how those plans were successful, but they really haven't shown any success to date. So the question is, who are we listening to? Are we listening to the experts who have provided misleading information, in my opinion, on most facts around this? Maybe council just wanted to listen to Justin Trudeau, whose ultra-progressive policies caused this housing crisis in the first place. Maybe he wants to bribe us with our own money to implement his ideologies in our city. But every one of you can choose who you want to listen to. I'm going to listen to Calgarians who have said loud and clear they don't want this rezoning. In fact, over 3/4 of Calgarians have said no to this rezoning. The good news is, regardless of how you vote or how this council votes, all Calgarians, they will get a vote next October in 2025. This will be an election issue. And I wish good luck to all of you who choose to ignore the wishes of the vast majority of Calgarians. Please vote against this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
The need for homes is not going away. On this, it seems we all agree. And to that end, a societal crisis requires our collective response. Do we need to build in the Greenfield to accommodate the number of people coming to Calgary? Yes, right now. And do we need to ensure that we're releasing city-owned land for subsidized affordable housing? We are. And do we need to continue to encourage development around transit? Yeah, we are. And do we need to provide options, more options for low-density housing for and established communities? Yes, that's why we're here. We have hosted a brave conversation. We have held space for competing viewpoints through a democratic process of a public hearing. It is apparent through and through that Calgarians are connected to their neighborhoods. They have built memories and they've invested in community. And for those who do not have that stability, they indicated they are seeking those same opportunities to move simply from housing to a place they can call home. It is not lost on me the personal and vulnerable stories shared with us about living or escaping precarious housing positions or the real challenges of finding housing despite having adequate, stable income or saving. And I worry about those who didn't come share their stories, who are living in rough situations every day. We will need to move forward together after this decision. This action alone will not solve the housing crisis, but neither will it destroy neighborhoods. Calgarians and council will have to contemplate the future after our decision, as there will be further action investment no matter the vote today. On the backside, we will have to manage the challenges. And many of the concerns raised from both sides could still be true. We could struggle with parking. We could also struggle with homelessness. And when it comes right down to it, though, I would rather have the challenge of managing utility capacity or infrastructure upgrades, parking or garbage bins, than manage the challenges that are coming from a housing shortage. I don't want to continue to increase the need to funding social agencies or continue to see housing and rent costs drastically outpace inflation and wages. I want to lessen the pressure on non-market housing providers and know that every door means one less houseless person or family, because it is not just those on the lowest income spectrum who are unable to find housing right now. We are one of the most diverse cities in Canada by age, income, ethnicity, but this diversity is not reflected in our housing. A thought leader on equity, diversity, and inclusion says the opposite of that is homogeneity, inequality, and exclusion. If we are truly committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion as city leaders, then we cannot ignore that those values must be part of our housing and land strategy citywide. Saying yes to citywide rezoning, yes to a newish kind of housing in more places across all communities will actually be one of the most kind and generous things that we can do for our city. For others who are here now and needing housing, and those who are coming who we've yet to meet. Generosity as a principle is about setting aside our personal need for the good of others. Community is built by action, actions of hope, joy, love, sharing, and community is not a static state. The words that resonated with me throughout the hearing were the need for a future focus, sustainability, and the normalization of newish housing types. Housing needs to be our priority. Financially, this is good for everyone. Environmentally, this is good for everyone. Socially, this is incredibly good for everyone. Whether by need or by choice, we need more homes. This is not even a matter of if we build it, they will come. They are coming. They are already here. And so to borrow from Mr. Johnson, it is time to build optimism. So I am supporting rezoning.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor, colleagues, administration, and the public. We all know we have a housing crisis, and we all know that we need housing for people. We all know that we've got an influx of communities from afar, and they need housing as well. We've known this for a while, and we've had this conversation about housing strategy for a while. When we had the conversation when the Housing Task Force came in, we didn't say no. We said, let's do it right. Let's do it the right way. We sent it back to administration to come back with a housing strategy. We got the housing strategy in September. There was a lot of recommendations in that housing strategy, and we agreed to most of them. But once again, we disagreed to some of them. We disagreed to some of them largely because we believe on the thing that public servants are supposed to do. And that's to do the right things and do it the right way. So when it gets down to this specific housing for rezoning for housing, I was hoping that we would do it the right way. Unfortunately, we excited the population in Calgary here, where thousands of people came out because they were challenged with a binary answer, binary yes or no. It wasn't a question of nuance. It wasn't a question of, how does it affect us? How does it affect you? It was a binary yes, no. Then we went into a process of 90 days of public hearing or public information. Once again, did we get to the answer that they wanted? I asked the question, what did we learn out of this? We learned things through that. But we had a public hearing of 3 weeks. People chastised us for it. To that end, again, we got to get past all that, no doubt. We listened to a number of different amendments today. A number of different amendments shape it to be better than the binary yes/no answer. But we're still at the same time, with the binary answer, with the amended answer, we haven't taken it back to everybody yet. There are people in the gallery, people watching, but 1.4 million Calgarians are not tuning in right away because they're busy in their lives. We have other strategies, and with other strategies, we'll get to those issues where people are sleeping rough, people are sleeping in encampments. Those are the ones we need to focus on. We need to take care of the people in the shelters. We need to take care of people who are just borderline losing their houses. This doesn't necessarily help those people. When we talk about, again, blanket rezoning, most of the blanket rezoning happens in the inner city. 96% of them are approved. 30% of those in Ward 7. We've seen them. We've approved them because the land use bylaw that's written today allows us to do it. What we're looking for is a faster way to get there, and there have been suggestions for improvements through amendments, but we voted down those amendments to make it better because we wanted that blanket rezoning. What I also don't like the fact is, throughout the whole process, I felt shamed. People coming to me, whether social media-wise, through letters, around council, if you don't do this, people are going to die on the streets. If there's anybody who's compassionate about people, I believe I am. I don't like to be shamed. I hope going forward, as we vote on this, none of us get shamed for what we're voting on. But what we'll be recognized on is doing the right things and doing the right way. However we vote, let's do it based upon that. Most recently, this past week, I didn't tell you guys, but I put a survey out there, and over the course of 1 week, 569 people responded. And the response to the survey was very predictable. In Ward 7, 1/3 said yes, 1/3 said no, 1/3 said different. And that's representative of the Ward 7 community I've got. But it's also representative of the inner city people. It's also representative of where people want to go. They're looking for that right answer in the right way. They're looking for the right process. So I'm stuck in the middle here. 14 months from now, I'm sitting there going, if I vote no, am I back? If I vote yes, am I back? And even between all that, the next 14 months, will I get the respect of people going forward? I believe I will, because I am going to vote based on do the right things and do it the right way. So whether this passes or not, what I will say to my constituents, I'll always be there to support you. If this doesn't pass, we'll get you the RCGs. We've got the process in place right now. We've had a lot of them approved. So at the end of the day, Council, we are doing the right things. We have to choose to do it the right way. And at the end of the day, we have to respect ourselves, our administration, our public.
Thank you, Councillor
Choice.
Wong.
Thank you.
Just a time. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. So first of all, I would like to thank all Calgarians who has attended council and or sending email or letter to us, no matter which side you are. Thank you very much for this 14 or 15 days. I don't even remember of the attending. The very fact that we just have the longest public hearing is a sign that we didn't do this properly. We failed to get the buy-in from Calgarian, as we have seen. During the months before this hearing, I have seen some of us calling any other views misleading or misinformation. However, the apparent initial selling point was affordability, like in Housing Affordability Task Force. But once the almighty machine realized that the majority of Calgarians aren't buying what the city is selling, then the machine changed to reason of supplies. So I don't know if you remember, not too long ago, during the debate of Shirako annexation, even though last term we voted yes, and this term we voted no. And the reason it was voted down, and also the administration didn't support it, it was that we have 30 years of land supplies. So supply was too much back then. Now, because this supply is not enough. A little bit hypocritical, I would say. And a certain councillor actually posting videos saying that blanket zoning has nothing to do with affordability. Who is spreading the misinformation? So before I finish, a food for thought. Why aren't members of the HATF attending this meeting to be questioned? Every other thing we did about Olympic, talking about a boundary change, the committee is actually attend council to be questioned with administration. But why they're not here? Only administration answered the question. Food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong, please.
I want to set aside the overwhelming opposition I've received to this blanket zoning for a moment. This public hearing has been an important exercise. It has been illuminating and it has been frustrating. It is frustrating to hear Calgarians who feel their voices are being ignored. It is frustrating to hear Calgarians struggling to afford housing. It has been frustrating to think about how consistent abdication from both provincial and federal governments has led us here. The knots we tie ourselves in trying to make up for those deficits are even more frustrating. But most of all, it is frustrating to hear young people with legitimate worries about how they will afford to live, convinced that this blanket rezoning will help them. I have heard no solid evidence that it will. I've heard case studies consistently been called out as irrelevant and ineffective. I've heard questions about infrastructure inadequately addressed. I've heard residents who love living in their dense neighborhoods tell us that this is a step too far. And I've heard those same people worried that they say in the development of their neighborhood will be whittled away to virtually nothing. Let's look at this frequently, but easily refuted claim from the last 2 weeks as an example. It is one that I'm familiar with. Many people have raised the point that RCGs is needed in established areas for fairness to newer neighborhoods like Legacy or Rocky Ridge. This is misleading. There are virtually no lots in newer areas that would allow for the type of density being proposed. The lot footprints are just too small. Claims about the benefits of this proposal, including the foundation that it will increase affordability, fail with even weak scrutiny. The more likely result, as the incredible Miss Wales put it, is that developers will pick the lowest hanging fruit and then move on, paying only as much regard to community context as we demand them to. So let's circle back to the public hearing and the public input process that has produced such overwhelming opposition to this rezoning. Because when I say overwhelming, I mean overwhelming. I mean 10 times more opposition than I have received to anything else in my 14 years as a councillor. It's the process that Mark Henry, someone who knows this chamber very well, quite correctly called essential to maintaining public trust, a process that we will see a lot less of if this proposal passes. Like me, many of those in opposition have children struggling to afford housing. Obviously, we don't consider our children undeserving drifters, just like we shouldn't be considered selfish for questioning the validity of this proposal. We want our children to enjoy the same prosperity that we have. All we are asking is that we apply the vast amount of experience we have accumulated to this decision. We should not accept change for its own sake. We should demand a good reason for changes we are making. Blanket rezoning is not planning. It is an exemption from planning. It serves only to approve the 4% of applications that weren't already being approved, likely with good reason. The 4% is not a statistic. It is not a margin of error. The 4% is Sarah Popowich's broken dream of sunlight in her living room and her garden. It is the hundreds of thousands of dollars in investment she will never get back, and the water runoff pointed at the foundation of her home. It is the place she once loved, but no longer enjoys. Our LAP process is a plan. If we give it the attention it deserves, it will work. It is a guarantee that we will hear Sarah. It is a chance for her and others to have some input, or at least get out before their nest egg is gone. There is no evidence that solves the problem that is supposed to solve. It is unintended consequences for no reason. It is Sarah, her young family, and others making heartbreaking decisions to leave the city where they had hoped to make a home. Healthy skepticism is a conservative principle I follow, and I urge you to oppose this bylaw. And if that's not enough, feel free to refer to the overwhelming opposition we have heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm just going to weigh in. Housing is a problem that we're facing today, and it's actually a problem of our times. And in 2014, Council of the Day asked for a refresh of its corporate housing affordability strategy, and it asked for a community-based strategy. And in 2016, the corporate affordable housing strategy was approved, but the community-based work was largely disregarded, and it went into a purgatory. It lived under different names, it lived under different committees, and it never really went anywhere. And rezoning was one of the ideas that was discussed by that community-based group at that time. From 2014 to 15, it was one of the ideas that was put forward. And I know that because I was a co-facilitator of that work, and I was a proponent of that community-led group. And I was crushed when the research we had done and the examples that we had given and the work that the public, private, and social service sector experts had provided was ignored at that time. And here we are now, 8 years later, and I'm now a member of council who has a chance to right that wrong. And I will say this, I don't believe that our community-based group at that time ever had a chance. We weren't set up for success because we didn't have a council or administration champion. And it's not because they didn't care, but because it was just never contemplated that it was necessary. So I'm not holding a grudge against a previous council. Instead, I'm very thankful for what we have accomplished as a council. We have given housing a home. We created a housing and affordability task force. And then we asked administration to use their recommendations to create a housing strategy. And from that strategy, we have ways to create more subsidized housing in our city, as well as more market-based solutions for housing at all price points. We got it right by addressing both market and non-market housing. In that work, we are dedicating city-owned sites for subsidized housing. We are offering incentives for secondary suites. We are delivering on transit-oriented development, and we're delivering on transitional housing for families. This rezoning is but one of 98 ideas that came out of that strategy. It will allow us to create more housing and more diversity of housing across our city. And more importantly, we listened to people who spoke here for 12 full days. And we listened to their voices, and we listened to how they felt their voices hadn't been heard. We put forward an amendment that allows them to now have a say in the development permit process. They now have the ability to actually express their concerns about what will be built on their street, next door, across the street, wherever it may be. They will now have a proper engagement opportunity. They can weigh in on things like window placement, landscaping, height, and waste bins. The concerns that people have will now actually be heard at the stage they wanted to be heard. They wanted to speak to development permit and what the built form looks like. So I thank the public who came out to speak. As a city, if we had acted 8 years ago when the public, private, and social sector said that rezoning was an important tool to make sure that we had housing in our city, I don't know that we would be in quite the crisis that we're in today. But looking back is not something that'll be helpful to us. What I can say is that I'm hoping we don't make councils of the future pay for actions that we are not willing to take today. This decision is important for ensuring that Calgarians can live in our city, not only with choice, but with dignity. So thank you to all the members of the public who engaged with us. Thank you to administration for your tireless work on the housing file. Thank you to the clerk's team for your professionalism and your skills. Thank you to all of our teams in the offices of all of the councillors as well as the mayor's office. And thank you, colleagues, for understanding the significance of what we need to do together to ensure that Calgarians have access to housing. And finally, a very big thank you to Tim Ward, who was a force as a volunteer between 2014 and 2016 as part of that community-based group. His ongoing commitment and belief that our city can be a place where housing is available, accessible, and affordable makes us a better place. And with no one else in the queue, I will turn to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mayor. That was really lovely. I know that this decision comes with a lot of pressure for a lot of people. And I think what I can offer is that pressure is a privilege. It means you're doing big things, important things. There's been a lot of opposition around this. That's because housing is a very passionate topic for people on all sides. And there have been concerns that have been raised, like the ones that Councillor Demong brought up, sunlight, shadows, and many others. And our new zoning bylaw and your amendments and oversight will ensure that we get those things right. But they can't take precedence over rooftops over people's heads. I started this debate out by saying that leaders are at their best when they think long-term and they lead with values. We cannot know everything about what the future holds, but we do know that a more diversified, low-density offering is the most resilient way forward. This proposal simply allows the market to respond to the changing needs of Calgarians. If you're looking for a reason not to act, you can find any number of reasons, and that's always true in life. And one of my colleagues spoke about the negative consequences of action. But when you talk to Canadians and Calgarians about housing, they'll mostly talk to you about the negative consequences of inaction. We've also heard that this is only about 4 months of process. It's not. It's a values-based decision where we're saying all low-density forms, duplexes, rows, and towns are going to have equal opportunity to be part of our redevelopment story. And that is a big deal, because it means all people at all different ages and stages and economic backgrounds get to be part of our city's next chapter. That's a big deal. I'm really proud of everyone who's been involved in this process, and I know there's already been a few thank yous, but I have to do mine, which I want to thank administration. When I started as a city councilor, it didn't take long for me to just really realize there are some incredibly solid people who work for the city, who show up every day, who face relentless criticism, and I'm just continually impressed. Also want to say thanks so much to Tim. Hope you're watching, and thank the public just for the level of discourse that we had. I really think that the conversation around housing was elevated, and I appreciated the responses that you had to each other. I also want to thank the media for covering this very long and involved debate. It's not the public service that you do in communicating that is incredibly important. And I also want to thank council. No one listens like you do. I want to thank Councillor Sharp. Even though we don't always end up on the same side of votes, I respect that you come prepared and are ready to work. And I really want to, my final thing is actually to thank Councillor Putmans, because when the housing strategy failed, you were the one that stood up and said, no, I'm not going to let this fail in my city. And it taught me that success isn't final, failure isn't fatal, but it's the courage to continue that counts. So thank you for living that for me. So I hope you all support it.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Would that close? Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 9-6 with Councillors McLean, Chu, Demong, Wong, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. I will go to the first reading of the bylaws. Bear with me, everyone. I think I've got the right sheet. Madam Clerk, is it 21P 2024?
That's correct, 21P 2024.
Okay. First reading of bylaw 21P 2024. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed. Councillor Demong is opposed. Councillor McLean is opposed. Councillor Wong is opposed. Councillor Sharp is opposed. And Councillor Chabot is opposed. And that is carried. We are now moving into amendments. Councillor Dhaliwal, yours is first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mine is simple. It's just any row houses in RCG. Don't want to see any backyard suites, either or. Secondary suites or backyard suites, that's it.
This is seconded by Councillor Chabot. Speaking to this amendment, Councillor Chabot?
Yes. I think it's at least making things a little less difficult for most folks if there's at least an opportunity to appeal some of those egregious type of proposed developments. This does provide that additional tool for residents to potentially appeal it if it gets approved at subdivision development appeal, and hopefully it will result in something that's better, if nothing else. So that's why I'm supporting.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Just wanted to also, I wanted to second, but I live not fast enough. And the value of this has always been around ensuring, of course, that there's clarity in the rules, right? And if there was a possibility to bring that clarity so much earlier, we absolutely would have, but it's just by nature of the bylaw change that the clarity had to come now in this particular way. We know that the development permit, like the building code rules, would have done a lot of work to really prevent a lot of these types of doubling up that people were so concerned about when they were referencing the concept of 12 units, and we've always known that practically that was not a thing. on any standard size parcel. So this is just a really good thing to just bring that clarity, put it in the rules, call it a day so that there's no confusion left.
Thank you. I don't think there's anybody else in the queue, but let me just double check here. Nope. Turning it back over to you, Councillor Thaliwal, to close.
Yeah, no, based on what we heard from people who came here, this is the least we could do for them. Thank you.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 14-1 with Councillor Corral voting against. Let's go to the next one. Councillor Wong, this is yours. I believe it's the one with the maps.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. This one corrects a couple of things. The first off is that the term row house was used, and the proper term in the land use bylaw is row house buildings. So excuse me. So therefore, it clarifies the terminology for row house buildings. Secondly, there are on the maps that you received, there are 7 parcels that need to be removed from the maps. These parcels were redesignated on April 9 and May 7th, respectively, to a higher densification than RCG. Therefore, they don't belong here anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I'm not seeing any debate on this item. Oh. Councillor Chabot, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just need to hear from administration. They consider this a clerical correction?
That is, apologies. It was me, Ms. Hampton.
So the first one, yes, adding building, and the second one, all the maps are, as Councillor Wong said, is because they're already now designated to a higher density in public hearings since we started this, so we don't want them to be downzoned now.
So you're saying I should vote against this? No.
I'm saying you should vote for it, Councillor Chabot.
Sorry.
Go to Councillor Walcott, please.
No, I was just I put myself in there as soon as I saw confusion about the housekeeping, so as long as everyone's clear, it wouldn't have been necessary had this been a normal public hearing, but it's not, and it outlasted another one, so I think it's clear now.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else in the queue, so over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Nothing more. Close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's move on to the next one. Councillor Spencer, are you ditching this one?
Yeah, I'm happy to remove this one from the queue for Winus's excellent amendment that's up next.
Okay, perfect. Then, Madam Clerk, I think we're on to Councillor Winus's next, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Winus, you're up.
Thanks. So we heard a lot about transit service, and we hear it even when we do RCG, and it's always assumed it's there, but it's not. We also have age of communities coming into factor, where there are communities that really are not ready to redevelop into the hopeful high-density row house. So what I am proposing is that the list here on the screen would require a parking requirement of 0.5 for the main unit, 0.5 for the secondary suite, or 0.5 for the carriage house. If it is not listed in this table, you're probably either an RG-based community where you are built off of a ratio of 1:1:1, or you're just before that and you're still hugging Stony Trail, and therefore you are not getting transit service that we would hope or get you out of your car. So if you are to redevelop, the redevelopment requirement would be 1 parking stall for the main unit, 1 parking stall for the secondary suite, and 1 parking stall for the carriage house, if you could miraculously fit that on those lots that exist out there. And so I'm just asking that council approve this amendment to allow us to phase in and incentivize development in the inner city core with the 0.5 and continue to allow the RG build at the ratio that we have been building it at.
Thank you. I see a few people in the queue. Councillor Spencer, you're going to second it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you want to speak to it too?
Sure, yeah, I'll just speak really briefly. For the reasons that Councillor Wine has just outlined, I am supportive of this. One of the pieces of feedback that I consistently dealt with was, and we heard this from folks like even Councillor Wong spoke to this in his debate, and Councillor Sharp about just they didn't believe the blanket was the best way. One of the places that this opened up for me is, again, that the range of the probable to the possible. I believe this is a thoughtful amendment to help our city. When you think about the units per acre that our city is building in, like Mahogany right now has more units per acre than Crescent Heights. It's an entirely different commute from Crescent Heights to downtown than from my neighborhood of Mahogany. The infrastructure, the lagging infrastructure of transit and other pieces of this nature do mean that this impacts the city in different ways. So I do believe that this is a thoughtful way to consider that and to alleviate the concerns and fears about those worst case possible scenarios in neighborhoods that are not slated for amenity upgrade for a very long time. And we'll be waiting a long time for things like mass public transit. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I'll support this. And precursor, I'm going to support what Councillor Walcott's going to bring as an amendment to this. My only concern with this as written is it has no check back time on a review of when we should be reevaluating those communities. My hope is, though, that through Councillor Walcott's amendment, that then the ties into transit are sort of what spurs on the necessary review and changes. And as we build out primary transit network and as we just build out transit, then we still continue to achieve good objectives. And when we talk about densification near transit. So I'll support it, but I don't know if I can support it if the amendment doesn't pass. Maybe that'll be my debate.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Clerks, do you mind putting up the amendment to the amendment? While people are looking at it, apologies. This is the incorrect version. I sent the updated one, which removed the capital funding part. Yeah. Sorry, I'll go while they're putting that up. In my conversations with Councillor Wyness, what I did is I looked at the table that she provided, and I just noticed one simple thing is that there are actual communities that still have access to very high quality transit that weren't on the list because of age and some just like nuances that might have been missed in throughout the process, and that's actually completely normal. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to add this, and specifically, which is just if you are within 600 meters of transit that existing LRT or a BRT, so you're in 600 meters of that primary transit station of that LRT, and you're just not on that list, that you'll get the benefit or the opportunity that comes with 0.5 parking. Further to that, and administration's clerks is gonna help us with it, I removed the language of capital funded LRT because Councillor Wynne has made honestly a very valid argument that sometimes parking reductions in a capitally funded project until it's there, it's just, let's be blunt, it's not there yet. And so what it does is it allows it to make sure that those locations that do have good transit are getting the reductions, and those who have future transit, they will get the reductions when that transit comes online in full. But until then, you are still subject to what she's described in her primary list. So it's really just a housekeeping measure for areas that allows us, to Councillor Penner's point, to come back to this. Because, for example, let's say that a new BRT bus stop comes online and it's fully funded, it's constructed, it's built. Any housing within 600 meters of that now falls under this rule, but they wouldn't have until that construction is complete. And so just as far, I consider it small housekeeping just to ensure we don't have any gaps in the policy. And of course, we're going to spend a lot of time looking at TOD site in the future, but until we do, I wanted to make sure we had something to cover that gap.
Do I have a seconder for the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Penner, thank you. That's what you meant. I thought you had a second amendment to the amendment, and I was going to say to you, you can't do that. Okay, all right. Perfect. Got it. I see people in the queue. Can I just clarify, of the folks in the queue, Councillor Chabot, do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment? No?
To be clear, I have a separate amendment.
Okay. So we'll just wait on that. Okay, Councillor Carra, is it on this?
Well, I'll debate both and hopefully not have to debate any other amendments that come, but reserve the right to jump in if I have to. I get this, and it's sort of sensible, and I'm not opposed to it, but I'm talking about the main. I will not support the main because I just fundamentally believe that parking ratios should be determined by market forces. And I think there are circumstances what people will find themselves in where maybe it makes sense. And so I will support the amendment to the main, because I think it is the most glaring and obvious situation where there are exceptions. But I could live with it. And I also think it takes place in most of the places where we're not going to see that pressure for a long time anyway, except for in unique circumstances. So, if I will support the amendment to the main, I will vote against the main, but I can live with the main and it doesn't poison the project here. So that's where I'm at. And thank you to everybody for where we're going.
Thank you. Councillor Demong?
I am unsure how to actually, the map is inaccurate. The showing of Bonavista Vista as a 1960s development is inaccurate. It's a 70s development, and I guess I should have had an amendment ready to try and move Bonavista Vista out into the 70s developments as opposed to the 60s. I did not get that ready.
If you wish, once we're done with this amendment to the amendment,
yes,
you are able to try that. Okay. So let's go to Councillor Winus on this.
Thanks. Yeah, go talk to them. Okay. For this one, and Councillor Walcott and I discussed, is my concern only is that, are we putting inadequate density around TOD sites? We've had discussions where, especially around the LRT, we want to do high density building. And if we are incentivizing this with an RCG, and yes, it seems big in this conversation, but in growing our city as a whole, we have to find ways to incentivize the high density growth around transit to actually make us tackle or put a dent in the affordability crisis. And so while in everything we want to solve it all with one vote, we're not going to be able to do that. And I would rather hold this off and vote no to this and bring a motion back to council where we will actually tackle the density around an LRT stop or a BRT that will put a dent in housing, because we think that a yes vote today suddenly gets the built form out there. It's years in the making, as we will talk about tomorrow at Infrastructure Planning Committee. So yeah, I just wanted to put that thought in people's minds that, do you think this is adequate density around an LRT stop? Yes or no? Thanks.
Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
So that's an interesting question, Councillor Winus, because I actually agree with you that we need to be thinking about higher level density near transit, but I don't actually agree with that as an argument to support to not support this amendment, which is fundamentally about reducing the parking minimum when you're in proximity to transit on RCG if RCG happens to be there. So I sort of see them as separate conversations. I also struggle with minimums just for many of the same reasons as Councillor Craw, and I'll get back in the queue to debate the main. But I just am not following how that is an argument to not support this. I think lowering the minimum when you're in proximity to transit makes good sense. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. And I don't see anybody else in this queue, so I'm going to go to Councillor Walcott to close on this amendment to the amendment.
Yeah. For the most part, I think the big question is, of course, what do we do around TOD? And I'm really excited about the TOD conversations, especially after this public hearing about how many people are really anxious and wanting further to push that even further. I've just had a lot of very bad experiences with presupposing the outcomes around some of our transit stations, and especially with regards to BRT stations. And so this is nothing more than making sure that there are two opportunities on the table at all times around transit. If the market drives one thing, then we want to make sure that the market has the opportunity to drive that. And when we make our TOD decisions, which sadly are never quick and never immediate because of where our LRT stations are, they're all often in community in such a way that it becomes a very serious conversation. That when that happens, we'll also be able to make those decisions, but both will actually be able to work together. And that's an important distinction, that they work together, and it just keeps choice available in the market.
E-scribe to vote, please. And remember, you are voting on what's before you on the screen. It is the amendment to Councillor Winus's original.
Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 8-7 with Councillors Chu, Demong, Thaliwal, Putmans, Sharp, Chabot, and Kara voting against. So we are now going to see if there are any other amendments to the main amendment as amended. And I believe Councillor Chabot is first.
Our amendment is strictly to the list. So that list is an amendment. So mine is an amendment to the amendment.
So
Correct.
Councillor Chabot, I'm going to clarify with Madam Clerk. We just had an amendment to this amendment. So the original amendment is an amended version of itself. So you're bringing an amendment to the amended amendment.
The amended motion. So this is not an amendment to an amendment. It's an amendment to a motion that's been amended. So it's still a main motion.
This is a proposed bylaw amendment is what it's technically called. Yes. And so because someone has gone before you, this is now amended. So now you're bringing an amendment to the amended amendment.
To the amended motion. So each amendment gets voted on separately.
You bet.
So I'm proposing an amendment.
That is exactly what I just said.
So am I okay to put this amendment forward?
Yes. Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. So the amendment that I want to propose is to take out Malin Heights, Vista Heights, Bonavista, and Varsity. Is there another? Sorry, Bonas, Varsity, and Lake Bonavista. This is not going to counter what was previously done. Malin Heights, the closest home, is 1.2 kilometers away. Vista Heights obviously is even further than that from the transit stop, so it's not going to counter what was previously done. So please support this.
Do we have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Sharp?
Yep. I'm just not going to reiterate what Councillor Chabot said. Worked with the mover to the main to say that I'd like these communities excluded, and she was happy to see that. So please support.
I'm going to go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Okay, now I wanted to support what Councillor Wyness brought forward, not because I actually principally agree with it, but because I think that city building is a process and it's a dance and there's some concessions. And supporting this would be a concession for me, because one of the ways to control density, and that's why all these amendments have been so consequential, is to dictate parking. And if you have a parcel and you say this much of this development has to be parking, you are saying that is a place for cars to sleep. It's not a place for trees to be. It's not a place for people to sleep. And that is a very significant thing to do. And it's one of the great planning sins of the 21st century is parking minimums. And when HGO came forward, I spoke very strongly that if anything was the district to allow, it's no parking minimums. It absolutely was that one. But you see cities, whole US states, Edmonton has done this. They get rid of parking minimums, not because parking is not important, but because the market is very much capable of responding to parking demand. If you are a developer and you're going to develop a property, you don't want it to not serve the market. If you're not going to put parking in there, you're going to have a hard time selling it. And so you take on all the risk. I guess the most contemporary example I could give is I feel like it would almost be mandating that every commercial shop has to have they have to give a bag. And not only do they have to give a bag, they have to give a bag of a certain size. And then there were people who say, no, I just sell jewelry or little trinkets. I don't want a big bag. And it's the government, the heavy hand saying, no, it has to be this way. The market can absolutely respond sensitively to parking. And I actually think that the market would do that inherently. And so it's very hard for me to support Councillor Wyness's amendment to begin with. It would be absolutely a concession for me. But what's becoming before is more and more of a concession. It's actually a way to downzone these areas. And now we're doing it in a selective way. We're kind of unpacking the equity arguments that we have been putting forward. And so I was very much on side with supporting this, but I can't support this if it continues this way. So that's my debate.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I have a question for administration, mostly Bowness and Mayland Heights, because I'm confused why they wouldn't meet the age criteria. I'm not sure if someone from administration can help me with that.
Ms. Ferguson, are you able to?
I'm sorry. Your question was specifically about Bowness and Mayland Heights.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to split hairs, but from what I know of both of those communities, anyways, go for it.
Yeah, when we were looking at some mapping to prepare for various amendments, we were looking at wanting to create a contiguous boundary, and so that there wasn't ins and outs, because there is some evolution of communities within sort of a circle or a donut, if you would say, and so there are a few communities that were included just to create a contiguous boundary.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, because of the length of time it took to build out a community, they were included on the 0.5 list because of when they started, but maybe when they finished was much later, which is why my colleagues are bringing them forward to this list. Okay. Yeah, I'm just, if there's more debate, I'm going to listen. That's it.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Craw, please.
Yeah, I can, start talking about things that make each of these communities very suitable for full inclusion in what we've just passed today. I'll just speak about Mayland Heights. We're working hard on getting Unite the Heights funded, which is a active modes connector that connects the green line to the blue line. And part of the funding that we're looking to get for that is housing accelerator funding to actually create viable infrastructure to promote the development of housing. And this would fly right in the face of the eligibility for that, and that's something that these communities have been working on for years. The market will decide what makes sense. As per Councillor Meehan's great debate just there. Please, let's not do any more carve-outs. There is a very intelligent criteria to the list that Councillor Winus has provided us. Let's not start tinkering because we're going to make mistakes. Please don't support this amendment to the amendment or to the main.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
This is kind of exactly where I was terrified that this might go, because all of a sudden it's, for some of these lists, it's picking and choosing. From what I understand about Councillor Demong, he just feels like Lake Bonavista shouldn't have been in the cutoff, and I actually can't speak to Lake Bonavista, and admittedly, I wouldn't even try to. But I can tell you for a fact, Varsity is right beside U of C, and so that is a red flag for me on immediately, is because you're creating a development challenge in an area where we probably would best want to include student housing. Like that becomes very, very challenging to me, because like you wouldn't want to do that type of restriction in a place where they want it. And plus that's actually Varsity like backs onto Brentwood. So it's like half of the community is already within a basic like 4-minute walking distance of the train. And excessive like amounts of resources. Like people have talked about like, well, how do I get, where am I going to go to get groceries? It was like Varsity is right beside a co-op, right? It's down the street from Market Mall for an employment center, right? And so it's like these are things that I was afraid of, is that we're going to start picking and choosing. I can't support this amendment. I think it waters down what Councillor Winus was trying to do by actually coming up with a baseline criteria to talk about redevelopment versus actually picking and choosing winners, which is, I think, a negative outcome here.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a problem with this one simply because, again, to Councillor Walcott's comment about picking winners and losers, you know, it's not a question by community, and to part of what Councillor Cross says about, you know, let the market define and decide where to go. But at the same time, what I'm more sensitive about is the people who live in these houses, in these communities, and the population that's around it. In other words, we have seniors, and seniors, likely, a lot of them I know have 2 cars. We have families where mom and dad works in different locations, and they drive back and forth, and whether from Capitol Hill all the way down to Sundance. At the end of the day, we're basically hamstringing people simply because of where they work or where they live, sorry. And I just can't support this, nor can I support the main altogether. I think this is just totally wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. This might be redundant because it looks like it's going to fail, but the mover would accept a friendly. Seeing that list, I agree with Councillor Demong about Bonavista. Canyon Meadows is a community. I think a lot of us councillors, we know our communities. We sometimes know what's best, but before we vote, if it's possible, I'd like to add the community of Canyon Meadows on there as a friendly, if that's possible.
Madam Clerk, can that be considered a friendly? It's adding a whole new community.
Excuse me, the requirement for a friendly motion reads that the member making a motion, so in this case it's Councillor Chabot, after debate has begun, may, with general consent, make minor changes to the wording or agree to a minor change proposed by another member. Councillor Chabot just said he is okay with that.
Thank you.
We still do require general consent.
General consent. So the general consent is going to hinge on what people refer to as minor. So do we have general consent to add that community? We don't. So you're going to need to bring your own amendment, Councillor. That general consent means everybody agrees.
No big deal. I don't think it's going to pass anyway. Don't worry about it.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Demong, please. Okay, that's, I've got Demong and Craw who already went, and then I've got Spencer. So I'll just go to Spencer. Okay.
I would just state what's been stated, that we need to go with the agreed upon line that administration felt made sense on this. There's a big difference between the kinds of lots you're going to find in Canyon Meadows and what is being built on the edge of the city, in terms of zero lot line product, the kinds of pressures that those neighborhoods are already facing. I heard recently from development that some of the neighborhoods that are being developed on the outer edge of our city right now, somewhere in the range of 35 to 40% of them are being built with secondary suites right out of the gate right now, which comes with added pressures. So what this amendment is attempting to do is actually address that lived reality for neighborhoods on the outer edge of our city. Adding an ever-increasing list to that is not going to help meet those particular requirements that administration was willing to kind of concede on, in terms of that it might make some sense to create a line around the newer development and the more typical established neighborhoods within our city. So I won't be voting to support this, because we're deep into the weeds of moving the line.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Well, each of us put forward recommendations for a very specific reason, and now that the amendment with regard to the 600 meter has been approved by council, the issue around varsity and the proximity to LRT in particular, where there's a reduced need for parking, has been taken care of by that previous amendment. The issue for me in regards to Malin Heights specifically is there's Willow Glen Park directly adjacent to it. There's already challenges with regards to parking in that location. And like I said before, the nearest home to transit is 1.2 kilometers. I personally walked it, so I know for a fact that it's 1.2 kilometers. So the idea of trying to unite the heights, as Councillor Cross suggested, is more from an east-west perspective. What's south of that community is Malin industrial. We have limited industrial area, and if there's going to be any redevelopment that's going to happen in that area, it will be in close proximity to transit. It'll be a multi-use type structure right next to the transit station. This won't impact that. So please, Council, consider supporting these ones. And Vista Heights, well, that's a no-brainer. It's right next to 16th Avenue. It's completely separated from the rest of the world. If you don't have a car there, it's probably not a good place for you to be living, and reducing the parking requirement there to less than one is not going to serve the community well. So please support this. Close.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you share the results, please? That is defeated 7-8, with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Madam Clerk, I believe we are back to the main as amended.
That is correct, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so we are back.
So the amendment.
The amendment,
yes,
as amended.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we're back to. Anybody else in the queue? Councillor Chabot.
To Councillor Winus's proposal, I think it was a good suggestion. Unfortunately, some of the communities that did want to have excluded out of there were not excluded. I guess we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there in regards to some of those requirements, especially in those communities, because as I indicated, one of them in particular already has a parking restrictive zone included in there. So the rest of it, I think, is a good proposal, especially in the outlying areas where there is limited transit service, providing that one-to-one requirement and providing that relaxation in some of the inner cities obviously makes sense. It's more walkable, close proximity to services and primary transit network. So I will support this, even though it didn't get my amendment in there.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, please.
I did.
It's gone?
I had already gone, so
You had,
yeah, okay.
but it's been amended. So technically, I have to let you go again.
I've said everything.
Okay, perfect. With no one else in the queue, over to you to close, Councillor Winus. No, aren't we closing on?
I spoke to the amendment. Sorry, I'm in the queue. Yeah.
Oh, right now you are.
Yeah, sorry.
It just came up. Yeah.
No, sorry. I know it's a little bit delayed. Oh my goodness, Councillor Juanes, this is painful for me. This is really painful for me because it's a significant concession. Like, and do I think it's fatal? No, I think that the vast majority of the redevelopment is focused in these areas, but in general, I really think parking minimums are a real challenge. I will say that although I have very strong principles on that and believe that, I will support you because I feel that this whole conversation, we've been able to work together, and I actually think that that's more important than always getting your way. And so I'm willing to hop on this wagon with you to take a different path down city building than I think is the right one, but I'm doing it because we're going together, and that's the only reason why. So with that, I will support you.
Thank you. Councillor Thaliwell, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish you had gone to 0.75, but it's fine, rather than 0.5. Question for administration. Is there any data, empirical evidence available to support that we don't need any parking minimums around primary transit network and the areas that are supported by 10-minute service every 17 hours or 15 hours of the day?
Councillor Dollywell, there is a lot of evidence and research out there from many other cities, and including Calgary, around parking, that providing parking just creates more need for parking. It's kind of like a, I don't know, a chicken and the egg, right? Like you supply parking so people use it, and then they need more parking so people use it, and then they need more parking so people use it. And so there's nothing specific that we've found other than through our bylaw, we have used this in our multi-residential land use districts. So we already have this rule, number 3, within those districts, and it is working with our multi-residential. And so we think it's a good rule to use with RCG as well. I don't know in terms of proof of what you would be looking for to suggest that this is the right amount or the right number. It's really hard. When we commissioned a study a couple of years ago, pretty much it came back saying there's no right answer to parking. Parking is just an issue with supply, right? So the more you provide it, the more it's used. And yeah, so I would say there's nothing out there that says there's one right answer to this. This is something we use already in our land use bylaw. We feel pretty confident that it's a good approach.
Yeah, because I keep hearing this argument, no parking requirements, no parking minimums. And I just want to see what evidence there is, because in my ward, I always see lately, and for the last couple of years, all these developments being proposed under saying there's going to be blue line coming there, it's going to be transit-oriented development, blah, blah, blah. And still, we don't have sufficient transit service. And people are forced to drive. And guess what? What is happening? People are parking on the streets. There's conflict.
One of the things I will say about this is that it's with existing LRT platforms, not capitally funded or planned, which is probably a good idea based on what your conversation or what your discussion is. One of the things I will point you to is probably Edmonton. Edmonton got rid of all of their parking for commercial and residential still stick by it. They've been seeing some great results with it. It doesn't mean the parking doesn't happen. It just means that it's up to the developer and it's up to the buyers to make an informed decision. We're still seeing parking getting built, so that's not an issue from, like, it's not all of a sudden overnight you're not going to see any parking. You're still going to see that parking being built, but they can right size it based on their development and the clients that they're serving.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, there is no data, empirical evidence to suggest if we don't provide parking, people will take more transit.
Councillor Dhaliwal, maybe I could just jump in. I think we can all see the evidence in Calgary today. The city has never required a single detached home, for example, to provide more than one parking stall on site, yet many people build 2 or even 3-car garages. If they have the funds and if that is a priority to them, they do that, or they self-select to a home that offers that, and they move to those locations. Other people, they select to only purchase a home with 1 vehicle parking spot or to park on the street. So we can see that evidence in Calgary already.
Okay. But no data. You cannot provide me the data.
There are numerous studies. We don't have them with us right now. There are quite a few books that speak to this too. And it is truly, as Ms. Khan says, build it and they will come. It's like adding another lane to a highway. It just generates generally more traffic. And as we've said, our streets have ample capacity in most areas for on-street parking, and this is a choice of the home buyer or the resident to either invest in a more expensive home or to park on the street.
Great. Thank you so much. Happy to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is replacing what's already in place, correct?
Sorry, Councillor Wong, can you repeat that?
This is replacing what's already in place?
Correct.
Okay.
For RCG.
Right. Can you just for the public, what's the original? Can you just state what the original is that we're replacing?
Yep. So for RCG, the original, what's in the bylaw today prior to any amendments, is 0.5 parking stalls for both the unit and suite. What this does is it raises that to 1, but then provides that exemption to 0.5 for the communities listed in the chart. And then further, the ones that aren't listed in the chart also get reduced to 0.5 if they're within that 600-meter buffer from an existing LRT.
So the conversation that we've had over the course of the last 3 weeks is when we talk about RCGs and we talk about the number of units and number of families and number of people who have cars within families and this and that, but yet we're still talking about that same 50 by 120 lot. And at the end of the day, not providing on-street parking puts more stress on our street parking and creates more conflict about residential parking permits and everything else. And at the end of the day, I guess what I'm trying to say is that while these communities are identified to be established area communities, these communities are identified to be close to good transportation, transit and networks, other modes of transportation. We still have a population out there who have cars in these areas and if they want to build an RCG and they want to build an RCG with the capacity for vehicles, right? I guess my question is the 0.5 the right number as opposed to a 0.75?
Councillor Wong, I don't think you're going to like my answer, but I would actually say no, 0.5 is probably too high for what we should be going for. I think 0.5 is a good compromise, and I think people will make smart decisions about, 1, what they want to build for the audience they're building for, and 2, what they want to buy, knowing their constraints. I think we put a lot of onus on administration to figure out where people are going to park, but we don't actually require them to park there. As Mr. Mueller said, there's many, many garages out there. In fact, from the time we've been regulating singles, we've been requiring at least 1, if not more, parking. And yet people are still coming to council and telling us that there's a parking problem. And why is that? Because they're not parking in their garage. So I really don't think that by providing 1 stall or 2 stalls or whatever you want to do for a unit is going to mean that all of a sudden we don't have any parking on the street. It's going to mean that people want to use that space in the way they want to use it, whether it's storage, parking, you name it. And all we're saying is we're not going to regulate that. You can do it, but we're just going to get out of that game. So I would say that 0.5 is a good compromise for the realities of what we're living in.
So I'll challenge in Capitol Hill and in Montgomery, where we've done, elevated bike paths. Yeah. And as a result of that, guys who are there with their Ford F-150s, parking there and buses having to navigate around there. The reason they're parking there is because their garages are too small for them.
Can I ask a question of procedure? Councillor Wong, is there a question related to this amendment, please? If not, the questions need to be directly related to the amendment.
Not a question of procedure.
Sorry, privilege, whatever.
What? No, not whatever. You know whatever. It has been a long public hearing. It started on April 22nd, and we are now getting people into the queue asking questions that have been asked. We're asking them again, and then you know what we're doing? We're saying, that's not really my experience. So I'm trying to let you have latitude, but let's maybe get to the point.
My point is that we arbitrarily picked a bunch of communities that, I don't think is the right way of looking at it. As simple as that. Community by community approach is just like a shotgun to say, take out Capitol Hill, as opposed to, looking more sensitively as to where situations are best placed. So with that, I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Now I'm going to go to Councillor Winus to close on this amendment that she's brought to the bylaw.
Thank you. This was a thought-out amendment, Terry. It was looking at the age and stage of a community where we are seeing redevelopment, and how are we going to make sure we're incentivizing areas that we want RCG. We've discussed and we heard during public hearing that we didn't want the shotgun approach, so that we didn't know where our infrastructure could follow. By having a one parking stall requirement, the further you are out to Stony Trail and the newer your community is, the more you will actually build a community that is not tripping over itself with cars, and where the bus service is stronger, as you've heard me talk about this with the route ahead strategy. You can have a secondary suite where your tenant might just have a bike. So it's allowing us to have the phased approach, and when you see the color map that administration has, it shows where these communities are, and I'm sure if I were to overlay transit, you would get it. So please support this. It's a nice compromise so that we are doing a phased approach. If I could have wrote an amendment that said when transit is actually servicing a community with 10-minute service times, that's when you would remove a parking requirement, but we can't make that work with how the city works. So this is the best we have, which was before us, and maybe a few years we'll be able to make changes that work. But it is a compromise for Calgarians to meet their needs and address the concerns they have brought to us. So please support it.
Thank you. With that, please go to eScribe to vote on this amended amendment.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Absent.
Absent. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 12-2 with Councillor Wong and Councillor Carra voting against. Well, everyone, we were going to be voting on the main, but it turns out there's a last-minute additional amendment. So let's get at that right now.
Your Worship, respectfully, you had indicated to members of council we were breaking between 6:30 and 7. My seconder is not available until after the dinner break. I would respectfully ask, not only for members of council, but for administration, that we break for 30 minutes prior to the next amendment.
Councillor Chabot, had I known that you were bringing an amendment that involves 90-plus maps, I probably would have calculated the time differently. Didn't have a clue. So now we're leaving the final vote hanging to accommodate you. No, we'll find out. Members of council, would you like to finish this and then take a break and do the motions arising? Would you like to just get everything done, or would you like to accommodate Councillor Chabot? I'm looking for someone to make a motion. Councillor Walcott, yes.
I'll make the motion to suspend the dinner break to finish the items.
Thank you. Great. Let's get that vote up there. Yep, absolutely.
Mayor Gondek, the motion is ready. Moved by Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Penner.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue to debate this. Let's get it back on the screen. It is to suspend dinner break and get all this done. So let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Thank you. That's carried 10-4 with Councillor Winus, Chu, Demong, and Chabot voting against. Councillor Chabot, if you would like to bring your amendment and try to find a seconder, happy to entertain it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have the proposed wording?
Yes, we do. It's coming up. It's ready.
Thank you. So, as I indicated in my debate, my concern with this blanket RCG zoning is that it will not actually result in a widespread, even distribution of RCG development throughout the entire city. My communities are all essentially meet all of the requirements that administration has said that the target areas will be anything built in the 60s. It's many of which are approaching end of life that have bigger lots. All of the main specific criteria that is essentially going to be the target market, if you will, for redevelopment are areas that are encompassed within the communities that I represent, specifically Ward 10. So my proposal is that while council wants to do this experiment in the entire city, through the 4 public engagements that I held in my communities, I received 2 letters in support, 2 letters in support of blanket rezoning. So not 70%, not 80%, not 88%, well in excess of 90% of the folks that I spoke to, who emailed me, who came to my open houses, my town halls, voted in opposition of the blanket rezoning. So my motion is to, you guys want to do it the rest of the city? Fine. Exclude Ward 10. And that's what this proposal is to amend the bylaw to change all of these maps. Administration has the actual maps. You can't see it because it's too big to put it on the screen, but the map has been amended to revert the all the changes from RCG back to RC1 and RC2 respectively. I know there's other members of council that might be interested in pursuing something similar, but for now I'll put this motion forward, and I believe Councillor Wong is seconding a motion and trying to address any issues in my debate. In my close.
Thank you. Who would like to second it? Councillor Wong.
Yes, I'm just seconding to get a debate going. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. Is that possible we can see administration can provide map printout or whatever?
A printout, no, Councillor Chu, but the maps are being uploaded into eScribe right now.
Okay, and since there's quite a few maps, Your Worship, what's the chance can get allowed us 5-10 minutes to go through?
I can do you one better, Councillor Chu. All the maps include all of Ward 10. So it's just like individual maps for all of Ward 10. So if we could bring up a map of the city and just show you where Ward 10 is, that's where the maps all indicate to.
So the whole Ward 10?
Yeah. Would you like us to bring up that map, or are you okay?
Whatever can print it up.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question of procedure? We just explicitly voted not to exclude parts of Ward 10. Is it even procedurally possible to say,
this is allowed.
so this can just keep happening?
This can keep happening, yep.
This, failing
Let's
to
not give
exclude
that
all of
legs.
Ward 10, we can try and do it.
Let's not give that legs, but yes, it can.
So
Thank you for the procedural question.
that being said, and while we're waiting for the map to be shown, I would like to make a friendly amendment that adding Ward 4 on it.
A friendly amendment has to be something that's minor, Councillor Chu. Adding an entire ward is not minor.
Well, it kind of minor, is that? 14 wards, just 2 so far.
Councillor Chu, it's not a minor, so it's not a friendly.
Okay, if it is not friendly, clerk, what can we do?
You could bring an amendment yourself, but you'd have to write it up and get it into clerks right away.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
all right. Let's go to let's go to the clerk.
Just to add, Mayor Gondek, you're absolutely right about writing the amendment, but we would also need the proposed land use district section maps that have been prepared in this case. So we would also need that for Ward 4.
Yes, what you would need in writing is basically the equivalent of this. Okay, so let's go to Councillor Carl, please.
That was, I asked my question as a procedural question. I will, of course, vote against this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I mean, are we just going to try and exclude Ward 10, then 9 and 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? I'm going to lose my patience because we have spent weeks working on this together. We have passed the main. And to stand up here and then just say, I'm just going to exclude my ward, when we all, I think, take our oath of office to the city more broadly, is the antithesis, I think, of the oath we take. So I will not be supporting this.
Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I feel bad for the residents that would lose out on this opportunity because there's no way you talk to everybody. Simple as that. It's just impossible. Every single one of our wards has like roughly around 90,000 people. And I know that there are so many parts of Ward 10 that people would actually jump at this opportunity to create a type of wealth for themselves that they've not had the opportunity to do so before, or sometimes even the knowledge, awareness, or skills that we can actually do these types of things in council. And so just to take it away out of, I don't know what, pettiness? I'm not sure. Because there's just no way for you to confidently stand there and say that there's no one in your area that can benefit from this, because it's definitely not based on the facts of the jurisdictional scans. We know that this type of movement is damaging to the rest of the city by nature of actually land values. And I know that it's going to be damaging to many of your constituents who will lose out on an opportunity at, while we're all here, housing. So I'm definitely not supporting this. And I would like to be very clear that any other councillor that were to do this, you were doing a great disservice to not only just your own ward, but to the city. So.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Councillor Sharp just joined back. I need to just clarify. Councillor Sharp, would you like a turn in the queue? We're debating Councillor Chabot's amendment.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Yes, thank you. As a member of council who's serving his 5th term, who's ran in 9 municipal elections, has had a chance to tour my ward extensively over several years, have campaigned not only in my ward but adjacent wards, and having run on an opposition to blanket secondary suite zoning and having received the highest plurality in the city in 2 elections in a row, I can very confidently say that the majority of the residents that I represent don't want this. So when somebody says, you know what, you're excluding folks in your community, you're right. I am excluding some folks in my community, but I'm including the majority in this motion. So while I know that I need to look out for what's in the best interest of the city as a whole, I can't forget about those folks that put me in the seat that I'm in today. And while this may prove to be beneficial to the city, the evidence is not there yet for me. And to support what I've heard from my constituents, what I've heard repeatedly over numerous years, that's why I'm putting forward this amendment. I'd ask you to respect the wish of my citizens that I represent, to support this amendment, because that is what they've asked me to do. So, closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on this amendment, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 5-10 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Wong, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Kara, me, and myself voting against. Madam Clerk, are there any other amendments?
I have not received anything from Councillor Tues, so this would be the last amendment that Clerks has.
Okay, with the amendments to the bylaws done, we are going to go to second reading of the bylaw. Second reading of bylaw 21P 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Demong, Councillor Chu, Councillor McLean, Councillor Wong, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 21P 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. And Councillor Chu are opposed, so we cannot get to third reading tonight. Madam Clerk, procedurally, we have to either wait for a future meeting of council or call a special meeting of council?
That's correct, Mayor Gondek. Those would be the 2 available paths for council to consider. This item would proceed to the next available council meeting, or a special meeting of council could be called in accordance with the rules set out in the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, and according to those rules in the MGA, I can call a special meeting of council by giving 24 hours notice? Okay.
That's correct, Mayor Gondek. So the chief elected official may call a special council meeting whenever the official considers it appropriate to do so, and must call a special meeting if the official receives a written request for the meeting. The chief elected official calls a special meeting of council by giving at least 24 hours noting in writing to each councillor and the public, stating the purpose of the meeting and the date, time, and place at which it is to be held.
Okay, that's excellent. So, council, you can expect a note from me in your mailboxes for a special meeting of council, coming back to vote on third reading of this item. I have a question in the queue from Councillor Kra.
Yeah, I was wondering if, are you planning on calling it in 24 hours, or can we test council's will right now with a 2/3 majority to call it for directly after this meeting?
I don't know if we can do that. Madam Clerk,
Yes, we
with a
can.
2/3 majority, can you do it immediately? I'm getting verification, so thank you for the weighing in on what you think, but let's find out.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So a special council meeting may be held with less than 24 hours notice to all councillors and without notice to the public if at least 2/3 of the whole council agrees to this in writing before the beginning of the meeting.
For the beginning of the meeting, okay. All right, well, I'm happy to test this. This is going to require 10 people to say that you agree with it. Do we do it as an electronic vote, Madam Clerk, to get it on the record, or is it just a...
It would not be part of the eScribe electronic vote because it is not a decision that is before council as part of this agenda. I'm happy to take that either in hard copy in writing, working with you, or I could take that in an email.
All right, so we are going to take a 15-minute recess. And we're going to come back and figure out whether this meeting lives another 24 hours or whether it can actually be wrapped up today. So we'll see you all back here at 7:25. Hi, Madam Clerk. Could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Still here.
Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk, we are going to adjourn this meeting in a moment, but first, just wanted to notify yourself as well as the public that 10 members of council have requested a special meeting of council to begin at 8:15 p.m. tonight. This is to deal with third reading of Bylaw 21P 2024, as well as any corresponding motions arising. You will receive this page that's got all of the signatures on it, as well as an email from me. That will come to you right away. So can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Walcott. Thank you. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing and hearing none, we are adjourned. We'll see you at the special meeting at 8:15.